យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មកគេ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់វិក្កយបត្រកាត់ភ្លើងសម្រាមឬវិក្កយបត្រផ្សេងព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេស Download និងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
này cũng thấy nè
cô bông ở đây bán tang online
giờ này mới cầm tu tôi đã hơi mỏng tới
tôi tạm nghe với những
nè tao Philippines với sữa Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị cho lấy cá form miệng xem xấy nhưng lấy code OTP bên ấy chỉ ca sệt
cho Philippines với sữa Mastercard Apple ban lấy cái nào
nhưng ai tên tụi này lừa online với Facebook hết nên ca cũng sang lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility.
Chạy lại bông. Chạy lại chẳng tính bông. Chập kẻ trên nhục cha lôi đã mẹ.
Trong bao cả này mấy ta mình pay mà nè. Cho nên cái Philip mình sẽ vào cam bao cả này đó tí cần lại. Để kron tiếp cho chỉ môi nâng ata sinh nhật bán, really catch long line. Mình tới cả ai cái sa chán, nâng mình tới cả bạc đầm con. Nghi srul rồi hạt toán chật. Ai có thể bạc đã ớt cật lái, bằng cả card nị mất, nông cá tu tuột tụm này online, nâng sẽ vào cam xem chỉ chán tiền.
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបងបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរ
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Delightech Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Delightech Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Delightech ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាពសម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Jetra Royal សមតូលសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ 2008 ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះ
កម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវបានឥណពន្ធនិងបានឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមៗនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Bee ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Bee ធ្វើឲ្យមុខចំនួនខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែបានយកកាត់មកឯងតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារ cardless card ដែលអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចតោះដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ cardless card ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ transfer ឬយកពាក្យ cardless card បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេចអាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារលើស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតោះប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់$15,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ Download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំងអាហារសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំងអាហារដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្ត
ព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36,700 មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនឹងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏ឲ្យផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខកណ្ដាលដីផងហ្នឹង
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បាន ទីណាក៏បាន ងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្នាប់ចិត្តស្នាប់ប្រយោជន៍ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខកុំធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាឲ្យវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយណា
អូខេពៅ
កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ តោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះ ហើយឃើញមូខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេចូលបែរអត់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមួយសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំនៅពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មួយសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Cision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ជាប៉ូលីសសូមជូនកម្មវិធី2នាទីព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់ៗនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានបាននៅក្នុងប្រទេសយើងរបស់យើង
ក
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវេជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
This is CamTech Summit 2021, powered by Prudential, live in Phnom Penh, Kingdom of Cambodia.
A very good morning to all our digital audience and welcome to day 3 of the 5-day event of CamTech powered by Prudential. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nana. I will be your host also for today and the next 2 days. And this is CamTech Summit 2021 powered by Prudential. Thank you very much for joining us once again. And starting this year in partnership with World FinTech Festival, we are championing Cambodia as an incubator and fintechs and technology. Now, technology serves the underserved and the underbanked, while fintech has created opportunity for all Cambodians. Powered by our major partner Prudential Life, CamTech Summit 2021 will showcase the innovative fintechs and technology landscape of Cambodia. Before we start, allow me to acknowledge our organizers and supporters for this event. This event is organized by the National Bank of Cambodia, the Cambodian Association of Fintechs and Technology, the Association of Banks in Cambodia, Cambodia Microfinance Association, Microfinance Serve People Always. And thanks to our silver sponsor, Khmer Enterprise, Inspire, Connect and Transform. AMK Finance at your doorstep. Philip Bank, a member of Philip Capital Group Singapore. Prince Bank, we try harder for you, and Visa, everywhere you wanna be. Thanks to our brand sponsor, Esilida Bank, the bank you can trust, the bank for the people. Credit Bureau Cambodia CBC, e-money, easy and safe. Jet Trust Royal Bank, simply better service. PPC Bank, easy banking. True Money, a leading fintech company in Southeast Asia. And Wing, the bank for every Cambodian. Also, thanks to our media partner for this event, Cambodia Investment Review, Fresh News, Khmer Time, your opinion matters, PR Newswire, we tell your story to the world, and Sabai, happiness lives here. And finally, our content partner, Bakong, the next generation mobile payment and banking, DQD, we deliver, we distinguish, we drive ahead, we are the diversitas. And I pay 88, last but not least, W Source. Now here are our 4 key cities of the following theme. Siem Reap, Tourism and Tax, Senouia, Real Estate and Tax, Battambang, Agriculture, Tax and Trade, and Phnom Penh, Financial and Tax. Now to share more highlights about Phnom Penh, Financial and Tax, please watch this video. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Prudential is an Asia and Africa focused business and have made rewarding impact of climate change, a key pillar of their ESG strategy. They have been advocating for policies and standards to accelerate financial in energy transition in developing markets in a fair and inclusive manner. Now joining us to present financial energy transactions in the developing markets, let us all welcome Carrie Adamstrap, the Director of Group ESG Prudential PLC.
Good morning. I'd like to start by thanking the organisers for their passion and dedication in putting this one-of-a-kind summit together. I'm pleased that the technology allows me to be able to speak to you from London today. Prudential is an Asia and Africa focused business. We serve 17 million customers across 15 markets in Asia and 8 in Africa. We're also one of Asia's larger asset managers with over $250 billion assets under management. As a significant asset manager and asset owner in regions forecast to be severely impacted by global warming, Prudential has a distinctive role to play in the transition to a low carbon economy. Therefore, when we refreshed our ESG strategy, we made stewarding the impacts of climate change a key pillar. Earlier this year, we committed to decarbonise our portfolio of assets held on behalf of our insurance companies, with the goal of becoming net zero by 2050, with a short-term target of achieving a 25% reduction by 2025. As we make progress in executing our strategy, we're advocating for financing energy transition from fossil fuel to clean energy in developing markets. Through my talk today, I'd like to provide an introduction and overview of the state of private capital financing towards energy transition in emerging markets. I will highlight some of the main issues that limit the flow of capital that need to be solved. I will also point to some of the emerging solutions that are coming out of COP26. Let me begin with an overview of a climate change and energy transition problem for developing markets. In 2015, at the Paris Climate Summit, there was broad consensus among scientists and policymakers that if global warming is not kept to below 2 degrees, preferably 1.5 degrees by the end of the century, it will fuel extreme weather events throughout the world, with spiralling impacts on economies and societies. For the Mekong region, this would mean an increase in frequency and the impact of floods. This will disrupt lives and negatively affect the economic development of the region. To keep global warming well below 2 degrees, atmospheric concentration of CO2 and equivalent greenhouse gases must be kept below 450 parts per million. However, in 2019, concentrations were already 500 parts per million. Therefore, world leaders and decision makers who are currently gathered in Glasgow in the UK for COP26 will need to agree on actions to ensure these ambitious carbon reductions are met. Any ambitious target will need to be equitable, sharing the burden between developed and emerging markets. It must be what is known as a just transition. This is because developing markets have contributed far less to the total stock of CO2 equivalent greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. As of 2019, Africa's contribution to the total stock is less than 3%. Asia, excluding India and China, is 14%, whereas the United States is at 25% contribution. While Asia and Africa have contributed less to the carbon stock, they are often disproportionately affected by the impacts of climate change. In addition, they are often more dependent on fossil fuels for their energy supply, but with fewer resources to finance the transition to a low carbon alternative. And at the same time, they have the greatest unfinanced basic development needs. They still need to provide 760 million people access to electricity, and 2.6 billion people lack access to clean cooking solutions. It is clear that a just and equitable way of financing the energy transition in emerging markets is urgently needed, and financing that transition is an important part of the solution. Emerging markets need $1 trillion per year in clean energy investments in order to put the world on track to reach net zero emissions by 2050. However, clean energy investment in emerging economies declined by 8% to less than 150 billion in 2020. And to meet the need, this amount would need to expand 7 times. The good news is the average cost of reducing emissions in emerging economies is actually estimated to be around half a level in developed economies, but boosting finance to the required scale demands a wide range of instruments and approaches. So what is holding back the flow of available capital into financing the transition in emerging markets? Only by recognizing the problem can we work towards a solution. Today, various factors have impeded the movement of finance to support the transition. Many of the current measures and regulations are more successful in disincentivizing fossil fuel financing than incentivizing finance for the transition. The private sector is being asked to spontaneously finance a global public good. It's an externality. And that's not what the private sector does, because it can only in fact finance what is commercial. So it needs mechanisms such as perhaps carbon pricing to meet the scale of projects needed for the transition to be financeable. Beyond this, the investment in public goods is sometimes above the risk appetite of private capital. And that's where the public sector and multilateral development banks have a role to play. An opportunity exists here to turn billions of public capital into trillions of private capital by scaling blended finance, catalyzing standalone private capital flows, and building new markets. There's also the issue of disclosures. Without international engagement and cooperation, the multitude of voluntary reporting standards and developments within the ESG and sustainability space across the various jurisdictions will impede the efficient and equitable funding of our efforts to move capital to where it is most needed. In addition, there's not enough ESG data across investable opportunities in Asia. To give you an example, Prudential has recently invested in a renewable energy bond in Vietnam, guaranteed by a mechanism under the Asian Bond Market Initiative. Prudential is keen to support the Vietnamese government's goal of developing its renewable energy sources in the country. However, because of the lack of ESG data, we were unable to obtain a green bond certification, even though it would qualify if we had the data. To overcome these limitations, we need consensus around some basic frameworks that investors, companies, public sectors, and multilateral development banks can use to collaborate and fund energy transition in developing and emerging markets. Practical solutions are emerging. For example, the launch of the Energy Transition Mechanism Partnership. This is a public-private finance vehicle that aims to reduce coal-fired power generation through accelerated plant retirement and boost the growth of renewable energy. This has the potential to enable developing countries to make a transition away from coal to renewable energy without sacrificing other development needs. Don Kanak, chairman of Prudential Insurance Growth Markets, developed this idea based on 30 years' experience in insurance and asset management and climate change issues in Asia. This concept is now in the pilot stage with support from the governments of Indonesia and the Philippines. So let me conclude with some recent positive developments that can help overcome some of these issues that we've highlighted and give us hope for the future. Last week, the IFRS Foundation announced the establishment of a new International Sustainability Standards Board, which can be seen as a first attempt to give companies a unified framework for reporting climate and other sustainability risks. This is a critical step forward. There's also China's new commitment to carbon neutrality. In September this year, President Xi announced that China would be carbon neutral by 2060. This could be a global game changer, as China contributes 30% of global carbon emissions. Last week, India announced that it would be carbon neutral by 2070, and India contributes 7% of global carbon emissions. Last week in Glasgow, global leaders at COP26 agreed to end and reverse deforestation within a decade, and also to cut methane emission to 30% by 2030. In conclusion, as greater consensus and ambition emerges across all major developed and developing economies, there will be cascading effect across the financial markets, and this will help overcome many of the gaps that currently prevent private capital from being deployed to finance the energy transition. If the issues are resolved, alliances like the Net Zero Asset Owners Alliance, of which Prudential is a part, and which represent $10 trillion in assets under management, would be able to accelerate their investments in an energy transition in emerging markets. This would help countries get on track to delivering the ambitions set out in the Paris Agreement at COP26 and beyond. Thank you for your attention. Enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you very much. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, that was just the first part of this morning event. There are a lot more during the day, so please stay tuned as well. Now, let's move to our next distinguished guest speaker, who is responsible for all facets of visa business which is one of the most fast-growing emerging market in Southeast Asia. She has proven executive management track record with over 10 years of experiences. Joining us today to present Accelerating Innovative Through Solution for SME and FinTech Partnership, I would like to welcome Mrs. Monica Chom, the Visa Country Manager, Cambodia.
Hi, good morning. My name is Monica Chom and I'm Visa Country Manager for Cambodia. Thank you for joining me in these sessions. And in the next 20 minutes, I'll be sharing with you on how Visa support SME growth and how we collectively, with many of you in this audience, are working together to drive digital payment transformation in Cambodia via FinTech partnership. So I'm going to share with you the latest update about Visa and why SME is our primary partner for growth, our upcoming solution that we introduced to Cambodia, such as Tap to Phone, Rapid Merchant on Board, and finally, FinTech's Fast Track program and Visa Accelerator program. I'm sharing with you on a data point in terms of a global perspective in here. As you can see that Visa is a world leader in digital payment. Our mission is to connect the world through the most innovative, reliable, and secure payment network by enabling individual, business, and economy to thrive. And we facilitate digital payment across more than 200 countries among a global set of consumer, merchant, financial institutions, businesses, strategic partners, and government entities through innovative technology. Visa has close to 4 billion cards and credentials, and we work with more than 15,000 financial institutions globally with merchant location of more than 70 million locations. And we are partnering with the SME for growth. So in order for the adoptions of the digital first experience accelerate over the last year, spurred on COVID-19, business had to increase the pace of their digital effort to keep up with the continued growth of cashless payment and e-commerce. As we anticipate to prevalent COVID-19, consumers' new digital habits are likely to stick, and digital lifestyle in Southeast Asia market are set to be powered by innovative payment experiences. And your customers are not limited to the cash they are carrying in their wallet when making purchase. Brick and mortar still important, but customers looking for experiential, flexible shopping. And when you accept electronic card transaction, your business can be more effective, get fast, automated access to those funds. Visa transaction can increase speed during customer checkout, particularly in traditionally cash resiliency. And Visa has a program framework for in order to support SME, including the solution for merchant and merchant enabler such as marketplace, e-com platform. And today I would like to introduce to you on our upcoming solution in Cambodia, tap to phone and rapid merchant onboard solution. And before we go there, I'm going to share with you in terms of digital readiness in our market first. As we all know, Cambodia's youthful demography and high internet penetration make it fertile ground for digital economy growth. Cambodia has one of the highest mobile penetration rate in the world, with 20.8 million mobile connections, or 124% of the total population. Android has 51.5% market shares of the mobile operating system in Cambodia. According to the finding from Visa Consumer Payment Aptitude Study conducted by Clear in August to September 2020, we survey close to 8,000 consumers across 8 countries, including Singapore, Philippines, Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, Malaysia, Myanmar, and Cambodia. We noticed that the rise in online shopping translates into matching increase in mobile and social commerce. Mobile is the more established form of e-commerce used by 56% of Cambodians. Simplicity seems to be the key, as consumers show a strong preference for using a single app to handle all of their transactions. 44% actually doing so with one mobile wallet installed on their phone. According to VisaNet data, by April 2021, contactless payments are growing in popularity in Cambodia. Around 71% of Visa transactions being processed by contactless technology. And among those that are not yet using contactless technology or contactless payment, 45% of them saying that they are very interested in using them in the near future. So now I'm introducing you to the first product that we are launching in Cambodia market, tap to phone. And we evaluate a number of factors before introducing any new payment method into the market to ensure that it meets customer and market's needs. And we believe tap to phone come at a particular important time as more consumers expect and want to use digital payment wherever they shop, and as many businesses struggle amid COVID-19, tap to phone could have a profound impact on micro or small business everywhere. So imagine if a micro and small to medium-sized business were able to accept payment using current generation Android device with no additional hardware and no separate card reader connected or plugged into the phone. It is as simple as downloading an app. Building on top of an EMV contactless chip transaction, tap to phone, sophisticated software terminal inside the smartphone generate a dynamic cryptogram for every transaction, making a payment with Visa card as simple, fast, and convenient as always, while giving every party peace of mind that their data is safe. And we believe that tap to phone can empower millions of sellers and help this business increase sales by preventing lost sale, improving cash flow and margin, and ultimately helping them thrive and grow. And the next solution that I'm introducing in here is rapid merchant on board. We are looking for a solution for acquirer and payment facilitator to address the huge opportunity that exists in the SME segment. To make it easier for acquirer and payment facilitator to onboard affiliate small businesses, we have partnered to launch a streamlined digitalized solution as Rapid Merchant on Board. Rapid Merchant on Board make it faster and easier to become tap to phone approved merchant, as the sign-up process is managed entirely online. For retail business, with a strong customer base and sales, such as insurance premium collector, event organizer, traffic controller, Rapid Merchant on Board will help increase sales to both existing and potential customers. This solution can also help business adapt to the accelerating shift of e-com by reducing onboarding time and providing an enhanced user experience for seller. Okay, now I'm on the one of the most important topic for today's sessions, Visa FinTech's Fast Track program. So to tap on the phenomenal and further drive the cash conversion opportunity, Visa has started working with some of FinTechs as part of our global strategy to open up our network and embrace more flexible view of the four-party model. We are seeing a trend of conversion, and there is a much greater appetite for this digital player and startup to seek partnership. So we launch our Visa FinTech's Fast Track program. Through this program, we can shorten the time needed to connect FinTechs and their ideas with our banks and merchant partners. So innovative new commerce experiences can be delivered with scale, which is exactly what this player wants. And this program streamlined the process for FinTechs to connect with Visa. What used to take months now just take weeks. And since we're launching, we have seen a strong uptick in the number of FinTechs who have come to approach us. This program is one of several Visa programs that are designed to support FinTechs and startup companies. It complements our investment, and we have made investment in Payday, Klarna, Square, Stripe, and other. And we have also stepped up partnership with many FinTech, including Line, Razorpay, and Gojek in Asia Pacific region. We also engage directly with FinTechs via our Visa Accelerator program by focusing on helping startups in AP to expand their business into new markets with a strong emphasis on identifying commercial opportunity for the startup to collaborate with Visa and its extensive network of bank, merchant, and government partners. So what is Visa Accelerator program? In a nutshell, the Visa Accelerator program is an opportunity for high-growth startups to partner with Visa and our extensive network of stakeholders, such as banks, merchant partners, to scale their business across the region. In this 4 to 6 month program, we will focus on working with startups to create and test define commercial opportunity. In other words, real-world solution that can help make it easier to pay or be paid digitally. We see the key differentiator of this program to be our focus on commercial opportunity and implementation. It is not a program where a startup come in to pitching the ideas and then walk away with a prize, money, or title. Instead, we will define a fast-track path for each startup to engage with Visa and our partners on opportunity like product development pilot, commercialization, partnership, or corporate development. The important thing is that we are not just looking for great ideas and innovative thinking, but a real-world solution that can be rapidly tested and implemented with us and our partners. In the past, we have been privileged to have sit in a front row in supporting various partners to navigate different geography to scale digital. And we now want to help the next generation of startups take their expansions plan off the whiteboard and into the real world. Why apply? Yeah, so what is it in it for startup? As mentioned before, we see the key differentiator of this program to be the focus on helping startup with commercial opportunity and implementation. And to do this, we will provide rapid testing, the means to quickly test and validate a startup solution through a time-bound focused POC. We will also, at our discretion, make available equity-free funding of up to $50,000 for running the proof of concept and building out the solution, and access to our partnership. What we feel is most advantageous is the opportunity for startup to be introduced to Visa extensive network of client and partners. We will also be working together on defining opportunity like product development pilot, commercialization, partnership, or corporate development. And then on the exclusive mentorship, startup who join this program will be getting direct support from Visa subject matter expert, and each selected startup will have a dedicated executive sponsor to open doors within the organization and champion your startup. With our program partner, 500 Startup, which is one of the world's most active global investor, startup also have access to their renowned mentor network to fast-track growth. Finally, scale your business. All of this with the ultimate goal of helping startup expand into new market and fast-track commercial scale. Startup will be able to benefit from Visa market expertise, and in this is a fast track for follow-on commercial opportunity. So here is the 5 key opportunity area when applying. So you might be interested in what sort of innovation we are looking to work together on, and we scan and identify 5 of the most pressing financial and technological opportunity in Asia Pacific. The 5 opportunity area we have defined are: number 1, new flow. We are looking for startup to simplify connectivity between consumer, business, and government, and support new payment flow across domestic and international network. This may be involving the bridging network connectivity across all scheme, wallet, OTP system, and facilitating a new use case or reaching new user in gaming, social commerce, government flow, etc. Number 2, digital currency and blockchain. Visa also looking for startup to address how we might shape the development and adoption of blockchain technology and cryptocurrency to power transformative new commerce and application. Areas such as digital asset custody, crypto award, and decentralized finance application are of particular interest to us. Number 3, open data solution. This is an exciting growth area, and while it is early day, we want to seize this window of opportunity to work with startups that are exploring the growing open data environment and developing new data-led solutions. We are looking for startups with new data partnership model that can build advanced decision-making and scoring capability. Number 4, buy now, pay later, and loyalty. We are also looking for startups to drive a deeper engagement across the payment value chain through differentiated offerings such as new credit model and loyalty solution. Startups that can support new retail and checkout experiences, including alternative payment methods, are also of interest. And finally, business solution. With innovative credit underwriting solutions that leverage non-traditional data, we are also looking for digital and mobile-first supply chain solutions focused on industry verticals such as healthcare and logistics. So what next? The Visa Accelerator program is looking for an elite startup to be part of the 2022 cohort. Applicants should typically be at the Series A stage or above with a long-term commitment to Asia Pacific. Applications are now open until January 9, 2022. We are conducting interviews on rolling basis and therefore encourage startup to apply early so we may expedite their screening. To recap my presentation, Cambodia sits nicely in a favorable socio-economic factor backed by supportive, thriving digital economy. This is why we have positioned ourselves for the future by accelerating innovative solutions and launching programs for collaboration. To help businesses and fintech community, we take advantage of this digital growth opportunity. With that, it makes the end of my presentation. And thank you for your attention, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica. That was indeed a wonderful presentation. Thanks for taking your busy schedule, doing us the 20-minute presentation, which full of good information. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the next topic. Let's move to our next distinguished guest speaker, who has 20 years experience of commercial strategic leadership in healthcare and financial service in Europe, Asia, and in Africa. She's currently helped Prudential make its digital feature and service more inclusive for women. Joining us to present Making Healthcare Inclusive for Women, let's welcome Mrs. Susan Phang Ning, the Chief Health and Wellbeing Officer, Prudential, Thailand.
Good morning, esteemed attendees. My name is Susan Fanning, and I'm the Chief Health and Wellbeing Officer for Prudential, Thailand, with responsibility for female health across Prudential. Today, I'm excited to speak with you about how we're making healthcare more inclusive for females at Prudential and how we're utilizing digital technology to make this a reality for Cambodians. Let me first start with an analysis of the current female health situation. The first trend that we see is strong global and Cambodian trends on female health. Asian countries are aging faster than the West. Whilst Cambodia is aging, it's also become a global leader in reducing poverty and increasing the working population with medium and high income. It's getting older and wealthier. 51% of Cambodia's population of 17 million people are female, and the aging population trends show that the female segment, aged between 25 and 54, will continue to grow as the population ages, with increasingly more females than males. We also see that women are becoming more economically empowered. This is due to their increased tendency to further their education, gain professional employment, and delay marriage and starting a family. We see that delaying motherhood and going into higher education and employment means that women have greater disposable income to spend on health and fitness, as well as a growing need to achieve a work-life balance. The second key trend that we see is that the unmet needs of females vary over their life cycle, from childhood and adolescence through the childbearing years and into menopause. There are opportunities for Pulse by Prudential and Prudential to address a diverse and evolving set of health concerns for women. The third key trend focuses around building value and competitiveness. We see that it's important to develop services in preventative healthcare targeting the female population. This allows us to build a more diverse portfolio to meet a broad range of consumer health and wealth needs, in particular around the female health segment. It's really important we leverage on digital technology such as AI and big data to improve personalization and increase customer lifetime value. We see that women's health is focused on offering better management of lifestyle and diseases in a manner that is specific to women to enhance the overall health of the female population in Cambodia. So now that we understand the situation and the trends, I'd like to re-emphasize why at Prudential we see it's important to have a very specific focus on women. Firstly, women's bodies go through major changes throughout their lives, leading to differences in health conditions for varying age groups and profound changes that impact both what is happening with our bodies and how we look. And as women, we're often judged on how we look. Secondly, during times of psychological change, women are more susceptible to mental health conditions, and as such, will sadly be more likely to suffer from conditions from anxiety to depression. Thirdly, for women, as we enter adulthood, sexual health conditions such as fertility, avoiding sexually transmitted diseases, and practicing safe birth control gain importance, with a lot of focus on how to prevent STDs and not get pregnant, with these being seen as being the responsibility of the woman. Lastly, after menopause, some women experience health conditions caused by changes in hormone levels, such as osteoporosis. Most of the time, the conditions that affect women are manageable through the right consultation. And this is an area where digital technology allows us to be able to bridge that gap. This all sounds great, doesn't it? And despite women making up half of the global population, women's healthcare has been characterized as underfunded and insufficient, with women's health accounting for only 4%, that's right, only 4% of the overall funding in research and development for healthcare products and services. 4% for 50% of the population. At Prudential, we see the reality, which is that women control 80% of healthcare decisions, both for themselves and for their loved ones, with women in the workplace spending almost 30% more per capita on healthcare than their male peers. So we make more decisions and we spend more on healthcare. Then when we look into digital health, we see that women are 75% more likely to use digital tools to track their health. And women are willing to use contraceptive and fertility apps, subscription birth control, and other tools to meet their needs. Digital women's health presents a valuable opportunity to provide tailored solutions to tackle challenges related to access to healthcare services, awareness of treatment options and support, self-management, and participation in research and gender inequalities. I hear you say that Prudential is an insurance company. Yes, we are. So when we take a look at how we break down female health programs to be able to solve the needs of our customers, we also need to make sure that we have some very clear value propositions that make a bottom line impact. It's only when we really focus on solving frustrations and real pain points of consumers that we start to unlock where the gains are. And through that, we're able to enable our customers to live healthier lives, whilst at the same time ensuring that our offers are affordable and attractive. The areas we're exploring so far in digital women's health go beyond reproductive health, the traditional area of focus. And when you take a look at Femtech, a lot of it has historically always been, and still today, is based around reproductive health. At Prudential, we see women as multidimensional. We're more than just people who give birth to others. And we want to explore opportunities as well as wide-ranging areas from fertility to pregnancy to sexual and gynecological health, chronic and cancer disease management, as well as wellness. However, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach, as women are different, and how we look at how we can make a difference in bridging gaps in the market, either by bringing best-of-class partners onto Pulse, or how we build new capabilities ourselves where it doesn't exist. So let me start with wellness and mental health. And the reason that I do that is that there's no health without mental health. And we know that hormonal cycles can impact and have an effect on mental health, especially after giving birth, where 10 to 15% of women have postnatal depression. Mental health has also become an important problem to tackle in conditions like PCOS or endometriosis, and in psychological processes like menopause. When we look at the management of diseases that are more prevalent in women, so these include diseases such as multiple sclerosis, osteoporosis, chronic pain, or cardiovascular diseases. There are existing programs, but they're generic and they don't offer gender-specific care. And we believe that women need gender-specific care. We also see that management of prevalent women's conditions like PCOS or endometriosis are underrepresented when we look at the number of clinical specialists across the region. We see this vary even more when we look at it broken down between urban and rural locations. We believe that digital health provides an opportunity for better self-management, enabling and empowering women to be more in control of their own health and well-being. Validated remote monitoring technologies that provide actionable health data that can reduce the need to travel in for hospital appointments are invaluable and can potentially reduce costs for the healthcare services and provide more convenience for women. We believe that Pulse can offer affordable and accessible healthcare for females in Cambodia through 3 primary routes. The first is the creation of a digital front door for women across the country, who are then able to speak with doctors and specialists using teleconsultation capability. In Cambodia, as in most countries across Southeast Asia, specialists tend to be located in the big cities, with the majority of those who are seeking care residing in rural areas. The second is when we look at how do we create non-insurance or subscription models that allow us to drive healthy behaviors and engage women across Cambodia in managing their health and being able to provide these at a low price for a variety of services. That's right, subscription services are not just for Netflix, they're for insurance, they're for managing healthcare as well. Key to unlocking the benefits of affordable and accessible healthcare will be to build overall functional literacy as well as health literacy. This is an area where we would like to make a difference and where we see that Pulse can actually be an enabler for this. We have created health channels to bring relevant, personalized content to women, as well as creating trusted communities where women can go, they can share knowledge, they can share stories, and they can ask questions openly and freely in a safe environment. Before I end, I'd like to share a little bit about how we focus on bringing content to life within Pulse. We've created Women's Health Wednesday, where every Wednesday we publish new content that focuses on building health literacy of women. The content varies in type, where we provide articles, videos, podcasts, and infographics, allowing us to be able to provide content in a manner that meets the individual ways in which people can absorb the information. We're all different. Some of us take in content when we hear it, some of us when we see it, either in pictures, in words, and then for others, it's about having engaging content that helps to pull us in. We also look at how we open up critical conversations where we can raise awareness on the different conditions in female health. There's a lot of stigma and taboos that exist around female health and a number of the topics that I've touched on today. I like to believe that we can use digital tools to help with this and to break down those stigmas and taboos and enable people to have safe conversations based around trusted content that they're getting. We think this is an area where we can work together with different agencies across the Cambodian healthcare landscape to be able to focus on really making healthcare more inclusive for all Cambodian women. Thank you for your time and attention today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the Cambodia FinTech Festival.
Thank you very much, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. That was indeed a very, very important subject, and that was the last presentation of this morning session. Now, before going for lunch, we would like to acknowledge to our partners and sponsors for making this event possible. CamTech Summit is powered by Prudential with the support of the National Bank of Cambodia, Association of Banks in Cambodia, and Cambodian Microfinance Association. There are more to learn in this afternoon session program. We will be back after lunch. Please stay tuned at 1:15. Come back because we will start as yesterday as well, the question and answer for amazing prizes from Phillip Bank. For now, please take a break, enjoy your lunch. See you at 1:15.
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យបណ្ណាកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួមគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Powered by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់វិក្កយបត្រទឹកភ្លើងសម្រាមឬវិក្កយបត្រផ្សេងព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេស Download និងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
này cũng thấy cô bông ở đây bàn tay online cho nên mình cầm tu tôi là hơi bằng tử tu tôi tạm nghe với nhỉ nè tao phi được bệnh với sữa Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy cá phong miệng xem nên lấy code OTP cho nên chỉ can sệt cho phi được bệnh với sữa Mastercard nó ai phở ban lấy cái nào nhưng ai tên từ này lừa online với Facebook page nên ca cũng san lừa online ban chọn tiết thôi Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility.
Chào ta lại bông. Chào bông chạy chạy ta lại chặt tiếng bông. Chào kẻ trên nhung cha lôi ta mẹ.
Trong បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរ អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរហ៎
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Eselida Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Eselida Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Eselida ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាព
សម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ J-Trust Royal សមម៉ូតូសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ 2008 ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវប័ណ្ណឥណពន្ធនិងប័ណ្ណឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើង យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមៗនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart B ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart B ធ្វើឲ្យមុខចំនួនខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាតមកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាតមកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់លិតខាត់តែអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Cardless Cash ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Cardless Cash បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេចទេប្រាក់ទៅដៃគូអាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតោះប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចទេប្រាក់$15,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំមកឲ្យហាក់សម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download Wing App ហើយកុំមកឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំមកឲ្យហាក់ដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download Wing App ហើយកុំមកឥឡូវនេះទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36,700 មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់ធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខគណៈដៃផងហ្នឹង
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បានជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះចាស្ដាប់ស្ដាប់វីដេអូទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេ
មានលុយណា
ឪវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយណា
អូខេពៅ
ต้องពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
តោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដកទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមានមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេជួបបែរអត់អស់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹង cover ពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Cision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ជាប៉ូលីសសូមជូនកម្មវិធីពីនីតិព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់នៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានបាននៅក្នុងប្រទេសដែលត្រូវបានលើក
អ
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់ពីកាយប័ត្រទឹកភ្លើងសម្រាមឬពីកាយប័ត្រផ្សេងៗព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេសដោនឡូតនិងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
ណៃពុំធ្វើអីណាកំពុងតែបានតាមអនឡាញចុះណៃនេះក៏មិនទូទៅដល់ហើយហ្មងទៅទូទៅតាមណាវិញនេះតាម Philippines Virtual Mastercard យើងគ្រាន់តែបញ្ចូលលេខការណ៍ព័ត៌មានផ្សេងៗនិងលេខកូដ OTP ប៉ុណ្ណឹងជាការស្រេចចុះ Philippines Virtual Mastercard ហ្នឹងអាចប្រើបានលុយខ្លះអូយើងអាចទិញតំណែងលើអនឡាញជាមួយ Facebook Page និងការកំសាន្តលើអនឡាញបានច្រើនទៀតហ៎Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility
ចាតើ
ចង់បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេរបស់បង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរ
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Selina Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Selina Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Selina ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេ សូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាព
សម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ J-Trust Royal សមតុល្យសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ 2008 ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្តល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្តល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវបានឥណពន្ធនិងបានឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមៗនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Biz ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Biz ធ្វើឲ្យមុខជំនួញខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អូអត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែបានយកកាត់មកឯងតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់លិតខាត់តែអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចតោះដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Cardless Cash ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Cardless Cash បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេច
គួរអាជីវកម្មមែន
ហ្នឹងហើយ
កំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទេហានណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតោះប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់$15,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ Download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលកុំងអាហារសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលកុំងអាហារដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលគាត់នេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36,700 មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់ធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខកណ្ដាលដីផងណា
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បានជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះចាស្ដាប់ចិត្តស្ដាប់ពីដល់ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខក្នុងធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាអើវាតោះដកលុយគ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះអីទិញថៃមួយណាអូខេពៅកុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
តោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេជួបបែរអត់អស់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹង cover ពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Precision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ជាមូលីសូមជូនកម្មវិធីពីនីតិព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់នៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានថានៅក្នុងប្រទេសមានរបស់ភ្លើង
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Power របស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើ Paul អាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះ Paul ស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវេជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មកងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមកងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital Pulse ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី Pulse ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់ពីកាយប័ត្រទឹកភ្លើងសម្រាមឬពីកាយប័ត្រផ្សេងៗព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេស Download និងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
này cũng thấy nè có bông ở đây bàn tang online giờ này mới cầm tu tôi đã hơi mong tới tu tôi tạm ngang với nhỉ nè tao Philippines với số Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy cá form miệng xem xấy nhưng lấy code OTP bên ấy chỉ ca sệt cho Philippines với số Mastercard nó Apple ban lấy cái nào nhưng ai tên từ này lừa online với Facebook page nên ca cũng sang lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
Chào tay bông. Chào bông cho em tay lại chặt tay bông. Chặt cái trên nhung kha lôi đã mẹ.
ចង់បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរ
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Selina Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Selina Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Selina ប្រជាធននាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាពសម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Jetra Royal សមតុល្យសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ2008ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្តល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្តល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវបានឥណពន្ធនិងបានឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យ នឹងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart B ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart B ធ្វើឲ្យមុខជំនួញខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែបានយកកាត់មកឯងតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់លិចខាត់តែអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM ឬជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Cardless Cash ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Cardless Cash បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេចទេប្រាក់ទៅដៃគូអាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតោះប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចទេប្រាក់$150,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ Download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំមកអាហារសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំមកឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំមកអាហារដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំមកឥឡូវនេះទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36,700 មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់ធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខគណៈដីផងហ្នឹង
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បានជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះចាស្នាប់ស្នាប់ពីដល់ទាំងអស់គ្នា
មានលុយណាឪវាតោះដាក់លុយគ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះអីទិញថៃមួយណាអូខេពៅ
កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះតោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូសខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេចូលបែរអស់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំនៅពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Cision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ជាប៉ូលីសសូមជូនកម្មវិធីពីនីតិព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់ៗនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានថានៅក្នុងប្រទេសមានប្រព័ន្ធភ្លើង
At
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវេជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យបណ្ណាកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួមគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់វិក្កយបត្រទឹកភ្លើងសម្រាមឬវិក្កយបត្រផ្សេងៗព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេស Download និងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
này cũng thấy có bông ở đây bàn tao online cho nên mình cầm tu tôi là hơi mỏng tử tu tôi tạm ngang với những nè tao phi được bệnh với sữa Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy cá phong miệng xem xấy nên lấy code OTP cho nên chỉ ca sẽ cho phi được bệnh với sữa Mastercard ai phở ban lấy cái hử nhưng ai tên cái này lừa online với Facebook page nên ca cũng sang lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility.
ចង់បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដែលគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបងបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរហ៎
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Eslida Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Eslida Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Eslida ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាព
សម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Jetra Royal សមតុល្យសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ2008ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវប័ណ្ណឥណពន្ធនិងប័ណ្ណឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចបកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Biz ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Biz ធ្វើឲ្យមុខជំនួញខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាតមកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាតមកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់លិចខាត់តែអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេច
ដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Cardless Cash ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Cardless Cash បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេច
ធ្វើអាជីវកម្មមែន
ហ្នឹងហើយ
កំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទេហានណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចទេប្រាក់មក$50,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ Download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលកុំងអាហារសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលកុំងអាហារដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលគាត់នេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់36,700មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខកណ្ដាលដីផងហ្នឹង
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្នាប់ចិត្តស្នាប់ពីដល់ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាអើវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយណា
អូខេពៅ កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
តោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមានមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូសខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេជួបបែរអត់អស់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹង cover ពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Precision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ជាមូលីសូមជូនកម្មវិធីពីនីតិព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់ៗនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានថានៅក្នុងប្រទេសដែលត្រូវបានលើក
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Powered by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
này cũng thấy cô bông ở đây bàn tang online cho nên mình cầm tu tôi là hơi mong tới tu tôi tạm nghe với nhỉ nè tao Philippines với sữa Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy cá form miệng xem nên lấy code OTP cho nên chị ca sẽ cho Philippines với sữa Mastercard nó ai phở ban lấy cái nào nhưng ai tên từ này lừa online với Facebook page nên ca cũng sang lừa online ban chọn tiết thôi Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
Cha tới đây bông. Cha bông cho em xin tờ lại chặt tí nha bông. Chặt cái trên nhục cha lôi đã mẹ.
ចង់បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេប្របង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរ
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Selina Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Selina Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Selina ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាព
សម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ J-Trust Royal សមតុល្យសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ 2008 ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្ដល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្ដល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តី សុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300 កម្ចីអាជីវកម្មផ្សេងៗទៀតដូចជា 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 ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវប័ណ្ណឥណពន្ធនិងប័ណ្ណឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចបកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Biz ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Biz ធ្វើឲ្យមុខជំនួញខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាត់មកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់ last card អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM ឬជាការស្រេច
ដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Card Last Cash ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Card Last Cash បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេចទេប្រាក់ទៅដៃគូអាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតោះប្រើប្រាស់វិញ app វិញអ្នកអាចទេប្រាក់$15,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ download វិញ app ឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំងឲ្យហាក់សម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាមវិញមកដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុកវិញ point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download វិញ app ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំងឲ្យហាក់ដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាមវិញមកដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុកវិញ point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ download វិញ app ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36,700 មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនឹងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខគណៈដីផងហ្នឹង
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បាន ទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្នាប់ចិត្តស្នាប់ប្រយោជន៍ទាំងអស់គ្នា ហើយនេះគឺជាលេខកុងធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាឲ្យវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយណា
អូខេពៅ កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
តោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដកទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេជួបបែរអត់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹង cover ពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Cision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ជាមូលីសូមជូនកម្មវិធីពីនីតិព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់ៗនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានថានៅក្នុងប្រទេសគេត្រូវបានលើក
អ
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
này cũng thấy nè có bông ở đây bán tao online cho nên mình cầm tôi đã hơi bằng tới tôi tao mang với nhở nè tao Philippines với sữa Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy card form miệng xem nên lấy code OTP bên ấy chỉ can sẽ cho Philippines với sữa Mastercard nó Apple ban lấy cái là nhưng ai tên tụi này lừa online với Facebook page nên cái công sản lừa online ban chọn tiết thôi Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility.
Cha tới đây bông. Cha bông cho em xin tờ lại chặt tí nha bông. Chặt cái trên nhung cha lôi đã mẹ.
Trong bao cả rần này mấy ta mình pay mà nè. Cho nên cái Philip mình sẽ vào cam bao cả này đó tí cần lại. Đại cron tiếp chọcជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណ ឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិមិត្តក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
Khrothnet អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេប្របង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរ
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Selina Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Selina Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Selina ប្រជាធននាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
អ
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app
ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាព
សម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងកណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ J-Trust Royal សមតុល្យសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកកណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកកណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ 2008 ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្តល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្តល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវបានឥណពន្ធនិងបានឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចបកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមៗនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនទេគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Bee ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Bee ធ្វើឲ្យមុខចំនួនខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាត់មកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់លិចខាត់តែអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេច
ដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Cardless Cash ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Cardless Cash បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេច
កាប់ទេប្រាក់ទៅដៃគូអាជីវកម្មមែន
ហ្នឹងហើយ
កំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លេស្ទេហានណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចទេប្រាក់$15,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ Download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំអាហារសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំអាហារដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលគាត់នេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36,700 មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់ធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខកណ្ដាលដីផងហ្នឹង
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្នាប់ចិត្តស្នាប់ពីដល់ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខក្នុងធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាអើវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយណា
អូខេពៅ កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
តោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូសខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេជួបបែរអត់អស់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Precision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
Chimoli សូមជូនកម្មវិធីពីនីតិព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់ៗនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានមកនៅក្នុងប្រទេសដូចរបស់យើង
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Power របស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើ Paul អាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះ Paul ស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មកងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមកងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរ
ចាសសូមជម្រាបសួរលោកស្រីនិងកញ្ញាភ្ញៀវកិត្តិយសទាំងអស់ជាទីគោរពឥឡូវនេះយើងស្វាគមន៍មកកាន់កម្មវិធីនាពេលរសៀលនៅក្នុងកម្មវិធី CamTech Summit 2021 ចាមុននឹងយើងបន្តកម្មវិធីរបស់យើងដែលយើងនឹងនិយាយជាភាសាអង់គ្លេសព្រោះកម្មវិធីនេះជាលក្ខណៈអន្តរជាតិប៉ុន្តែនៅក្នុងវគ្គនេះគឺយើងលេងហ្គេមដើម្បីឈ្នះរង្វាន់អ្នកនៅក្នុងស្ទូឌីយោនេះអត់ជួយហូរគ្នាចឹងយីចាដោយសារតែសម័យ COVID អញ្ចឹងគឺថាអ្នកនៅស្ទូឌីយោគឺមានតែមនុស្សមុខដដែលជារៀងរាល់ថ្ងៃមកជាលក្ខណៈថាបុគ្គលិកប៉ុន្តែដល់ពេលទស្សនិកជនគឺតាមគេហដ្ឋានទាំងអស់អញ្ចឹងយើងជួយហូរគ្នាទៅណាផ្ដល់កម្លាំងចិត្តឲ្យពិធីករអូខេវគ្គនេះគឺជាវគ្គដើម្បីសួរសំណួរហើយសំណួររបស់យើងងាយសាមញ្ញស្រួលហើយខ្ញុំនឹងឲ្យប្រយោគជូនសូមជម្រាបថាសម្រាប់អ្នកដែលឆ្លើយត្រូវគឺថានឹងទទួលបានការ delivery ដល់ផ្ទះតែម្ដងជាភេសជ្ជៈឬក៏អាហារសម្រន់អាស្រ័យលើផ្ទះយើងនៅម្ដុំណាហើយយើងចង់ញ៉ាំអីអូខេអញ្ចឹងឥឡូវកុំឲ្យខាតពេលយូរខ្ញុំសូមជម្រាបបន្តិចថាខ្ញុំមើលលើ screen នេះគឺដោយសារលើ screen នេះគឺនឹងមានជាសំណួរហើយយើងមានចម្លើយ multiple choice ហើយចែកចម្លើយនោះគឺមានតែ2ទេក្នុងចំណោម2ហ្នឹងគឺមានចម្លើយមួយដែលជាចម្លើយត្រឹមត្រូវអញ្ចឹងសូមអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាចូលរួមឆ្លើយទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយឆ្លើយបានកាន់តែច្រើនដងចម្លើយដដែលតែឆ្លើយឲ្យញឹកណាពីព្រោះខ្ញុំត្រូវមើលលើ screen ហ្នឹងត្រូវ scroll រហូតដល់មើលឃើញឈ្មោះមួយណាញឹកជាងគេអូខេតោះladies and gentlemen, just a quick introduction. This is a game part. That's why I started with speaking only Khmer. And we're going to see here on screen the name of people who comment. And I will pick the winner from the comment. Now, without further ado, let's show question number 1. ចាសសូមបង្ហាញសំណួរទី1 Ta-da! ចូលលាក់សំណួរយូរម្លេះនេះអូខេសំណួរទី1 Which of the following accelerated in Cambodia during the pandemic ចា digital health ឬក៏metaverse ចង់និយាយថាដាក់មកហ្នឹងគឺដាក់ឲ្យពិបាកគិតហ្មងណាចាតើមួយក្នុងចំណោម2ហ្នឹងមួយណាដែលបង្កើតឬក៏កើនឡើងនៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជានៅក្នុងចំនួន COVID-19 នេះតើ metaverse របស់ Facebook ឬក៏ digital health មួយណាដែលបានកើតឡើងនៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជាអូខេសូមអញ្ជើញឆ្លើយតទៀតតើមួយណា digital health ឬក៏ metaverse អូខេ metaverse ដឹងតែមិនមែននៅក្នុងស្រុកខ្មែរត្រូវអត់អញ្ចឹងចម្លើយដូចឃើញច្បាស់ហ្មងសូមបញ្ជាក់រង្វាន់ហ្នឹងគឺដឹកឲ្យដល់ផ្ទះហ្មងអញ្ចឹងក្រុមការងារនឹងតាក់ទងទៅតែកុំភ័យយើងខាងក្រុមហ៊ុន delivery ដឹកទៅឲ្យបុគ្គលិកយើងឯងបុគ្គលិកយើងអត់បានទេញ៉ែសាហាវចាសូមចេញឆ្លើយតទៀតតើ digital health ឬក៏ metaverse អូឃើញថាមានអ្នកឆ្លើយច្រើនបន្ថែមទៀតកុំអស់ចាថែមទៀតមកតែចម្លើយ A ឬ B បន្តិចទៀតខ្ញុំនឹងបង្ហាញចម្លើយណាអូខេ now let's go and the correct answer is digital healthចាសូមអរគុណអ្នកដែលបានជួយស្រែកហូរយ៉ាងអត់ដុំសូមអបអរសាទរដល់អ៊ំសំណាងយេអូខេ coffee will be delivered យើងនឹងតាក់ទងទៅណាអូខេ now question number 2 សំណួរទី2 The healthcare system is focused on the coverage between life and blank insurance តើ health insurance ឬក៏ car insurance That's very obvious តើប្រព័ន្ធនៅក្នុងការយកចិត្តទុកដាក់ទៅលើសុខភាព
ផ្ដោតសំខាន់ទៅលើការធានារវាងជីវិតនិងសុខភាពឬក៏ជីវិតនិងឡានមើលហើយមកមើលថាតើពីរហ្នឹងមួយណាត្រូវតែទៅមួយសុខភាពហ្នឹងអញ្ចឹងតើយើងផ្ដល់ការធានាទៅលើជីវិតនិងសុខភាពឬក៏ជីវិតនិងឡានអញ្ចឹងអាពាក្យកន្លែងទលាយហ្នឹងគឺថាតាមដាក់ពាក្យសុខភាពឬក៏ឡានចា health ឬក៏ car health ចម្លើយ A អូខេសុំចេញតទៀតឆ្លើយចាសូមចូលរួមឆ្លើយទាំងអស់គ្នាដើម្បីបានរង្វាន់ចាសូមជម្រាបថារង្វាន់ហ្នឹងគឺថាយើងនឹង deliver ទៅឲ្យដល់ផ្ទះតែម្ដងគឺ coffee ចាកាហ្វេឬក៏អាហារសម្រន់អូខេសូមចេញតទៀតចាអូយប្រឹងឆ្លើយបន្តិចមកលោកអើយលោកចម្លើយងាយអស់ស្រួលត្រឹមហ្នឹងហើយនេះលក្ខណៈថាដាក់នេះដាក់ឲ្យត្រូវរង្វាន់ហ្មងណាចាសំណួរទី2ម្ដងទៀតណា The healthcare system is focused on the coverage between life and blank insurance. Is it health insurance or car insurance? Alright. Okay, now the correct answer is of course health insurance. Woohoo! អបអរសាទរដល់អ្នកដែលបានឆ្លើយថាចម្លើយ A ណាឥឡូវក្រុមការងារកំពុងតែ scroll រកមើលអ្នកត្រូវរង្វាន់ចា Alright, can you pick a winner please? អូខេសូមចាំដែរសូមចាំមួយផ្លែតនិយាយទៅរាល់ថ្ងៃតែម្ដងអាវគ្គម៉ោងទី1ហ្នឹងស្រែកយកហ្មងណាចាំតែណាក្រុមការងារកំពុងតែស្រង់ដើម្បីរកអ្នកឈ្នះហើយនឹងលូតនៅលើ screen នឹងឲ្យខ្ញុំឃើញដែរចា Pick one ណាសុកភ័ក្រណាអូខេអបអរសាទរដល់សុកភ័ក្រណាយេអូខេអរគុណច្រើនមែនតើអត់តន់អស់ទេនៅទៀត There are more to come. Okay, now next question សំណួរបន្ទាប់ How many data science pillars were presented yesterday to be necessary for the effective brand campaign? បើសិនជាអត់បានមើលម្សិលមិញរៀងពិបាកដែរប៉ុន្តែយើងសាកគិតមើលទៅបាត់បង្ហាញរយៈពេល20នាទីតើគាត់និយាយមក50ចំណុចឬក៏3ចំណុចអូយមានតែគេដាក់32ទៀតគេមានតែលេខ3ហើយលេខ50សោះហ្នឹងនេះបើចូលអញ្ចឹងឯងសុំភេសជ្ជៈមួយកែវមកនេះឡើងចូលលក្ខណៈក្នុងក្លឹបហ្មងចាសុំជើញចម្លើយតទៀតថាតើបើយោងតាមបទបង្ហាញពីម្សិលមិញនេះអ្វីដែលយើងត្រូវការមានប្រមាណចំណុច3ឬក៏50ចំណុចដែលមានសារៈសំខាន់នៅក្នុងការលើកកម្ពស់ការឲ្យគេនឹងស្គាល់ពី brand របស់យើងអូយបើ50ចំណុចហ្មងងាប់ហើយបានដល់រាមអូខេសូមឲ្យក្រុមការងារពង្រោទៀតអូខេឥឡូវនេះសូមបង្ហាញចម្លើយដែលត្រឹមត្រូវ and the answer is លេខ3ចាសូមចាំមួយផ្លែតក្រុមការងារកំពុងតែរកអ្នកត្រូវរង្វាន់ដូច្នេះសូមអបអរសាទរដល់ P-NAP អូខេចាសូមជ័យសំណួរជាបន្តសំណួរទី4 Okay, the real estate industry hold which of the following to be publicly available for it to try data ឬក៏ website ចាសូមចេញឆ្លើយសូមចូលរួមឆ្លើយទាំងអស់គ្នាតើនៅក្នុងវិស័យអចលនទ្រព្យអ្វីក្នុងចំណោមទាំងពីរនេះដែលយើងសង្ឃឹមថាយើងនឹងអាចទទួលបានជាលក្ខណៈសាធារណៈតើទិន្នន័យឬក៏ website ចាទិន្នន័យឬក៏ website website ដែលយើងត្រូវការចាតែចម្លើយ A ឬក៏ B បើក្នុងករណីដែលថាចម្លើយ A ណាគឺ data ចម្លើយ B គឺ website អើយដាមអូខេសូមអានសំណួរម្ដងទៀតណា The real estate industry hold which of the following to be publicly available for it to strive តែដើម្បីឲ្យវិស័យអចលនទ្រព្យហ្នឹងគឺបានរីកចម្រើនបន្ថែមទៀតអ្វីដែលវិស័យនេះត្រូវការតើវិស័យនេះត្រូវការទិន្នន័យឬក៏ត្រូវការគេហទំព័រខ្ញុំគិតថាតួលេខសំខាន់មែនតើហ្មងបើខ្ញុំគិតថាខ្ញុំស្ដាប់វាមិនសមវិញចាគាត់ថាតួលេខដែលជាទិន្នន័យសំខាន់មែនតើចាអូខេ Okay, now and the correct answer is data. Yay! And congratulations to Krishna and Angelica. Mua mà bên mua. Okay, now question number 5. The financial institution in Cambodia is currently undergone a rapid digital transformation ឬក៏ transition អូខេពាក្យពីរហ្នឹងខុសគ្នាបន្តិចណា transformation ហ្នឹងគឺបានន័យថាវាទៅបន្តិចម្ដងអញ្ចឹងណាបើ transition គឺរបៀបកន្លះកាប់ងាហ្មង what are you doing ចាសម្រាប់អ្នកដែលឆ្លើយ transformation ហ្នឹង A transition ហ្នឹងគឺចម្លើយ B ចាដោយសារតែលើ screen ខ្ញុំប្រជ្រះគ្នាខ្ញុំចង់លើកដៃខុសតើស្ថាប័នហិរញ្ញវត្ថុនៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជាឥឡូវនេះកំពុងតែស្ថិតនៅក្នុងដំណើរការ digital transformation ឬក៏ digital transition គឺការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរទាំងស្រុង transformation គឺបានន័យថាការបំរែបំរួលម្ដងបន្តិចអេឡានីតាចាចម្លើយមានតែ A ហើយ B ឯងមានអ្នកឆ្លើយ C ត្រឡប់ហ្មងចម្លើយ C ហ្នឹងក៏បើករង្វាន់ពីខ្ញុំចាខ្ញុំឲ្យលេងឆ្កែខ្ញុំមួយថ្ងៃទៅឥឡូវដាក់តែ A ហើយ B មកដាក់ A transformation ឬក៏ B transition ណាខាងនេះ A នេះខាងនេះ A នេះ A ហើយខាងនេះ B yeah okay now let's reveal the answer and the correct answer is transformation okay អញ្ចឹងចម្លើយដែលត្រឹមត្រូវគឺ transformation ដូច្នេះឥឡូវនេះយើងកំពុងតែរកមើលអ្នកឈ្នះរង្វាន់សូមប្រកួតរង្វាន់នេះជូនទៅដល់ពិសិដ្ឋខេងអូខេចាក្រុមការងារនឹងទូរស័ព្ទទៅដើម្បីតាក់ទងទៅតាម Facebook profile របស់យើងណាដើម្បីយករង្វាន់ជូនគឺរង្វាន់កាហ្វេឬភេសជ្ជៈឬក៏អាហារសម្រន់ដែលយើងដឹកជញ្ជូនទៅដល់ផ្ទះតែម្ដងចាលោកស្រីនាងកញ្ញាបន្តិចទៀតយើងត្រឡប់មកជួបគ្នាវិញនៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីជាបន្ត Well ladies and gentlemen let us take a quick 5-minute break and then we will come back and start the session for this afternoon see you shortly
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មកងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមកងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
này cũng thấy có bông ở đây bán tang online cho nên đi cầm tu tôi đã hơi mong tới tu tôi tạm nghe với những nè tao Philippines với số Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị cho lấy cá phong miệng xem nên lấy code OTP cho nên chỉ ca sẽ cho Philippines với số Mastercard ai phở ban lấy cái hả nhưng ai tên cái này lừa online với Facebook page nên ca cũng sang lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
Welcome back, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, to the afternoon session of CamTech Summit 2021, powered by Prudential. Now, Battambang is the province which is known for rice bowl of the kingdom. It's known for its agriculture prowess. The agriculture community group stated that royal government financing assistance farmer in Battambang and expanding the cultivation of vegetable grown in net greenhouse. The government aids expansion increased the amount of net greenhouse from 3 to about 100. The move from the traditional farming to more modern practice increase in yield of crops. To share more highlight about Battambang agriculture and tax, please watch this video. region of Battambang because we are focusing this afternoon on Battambang. And the first topic we are going to touch upon for this afternoon is how blockchain is helping rice farmers in Cambodia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, BlocRice is meant to empower farmers to get correct payments for their rice and to ensure that their contracts are complied with. This is very important. Farmers confirm if they are paid, if their agreed price actually paid for their rice, and if they are paid on time, if they were able to sell what they supply, and if other contract conditions are also met. This way, producer can track their origin of the rice, which they can buy and process, and can check whether farmer will pay correctly according to the contract. Then they are able to communicate this to the consumer. So to present more about BlocRice, let's welcome Mr. Chet Pai from BlocRice, project coordinator, and from Oxfam. ចាសូមតបបងប្រហែលជាអត់តន់បើក mute
បាទសូមជម្រាបសួរថាសារជាថ្មីបាទអរគុណ DJ Nana for your introduction ហើយយើងត្រូវ switch ទៅជាភាសាអង់គ្លេសដោយសារកម្មវិធីតម្រូវឲ្យនិយាយភាសាអង់គ្លេសបាទអរគុណ
Thank you
Yes ចង់និយាយខ្មែរក៏ពិតទៅបាទ Good afternoon, His Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, and all of the audience from wherever you are. So today, my great honor to be part in the CamTech Summit this year, and I'm just from Oxfam, Cambodia, and today I'm going to present about my project called Blockchain for Livelihood from Organic Cambodian Rice, known as BlocRice, like DJ Nana already introduced about the project. So I have a couple of presentation here. Could you please, present show my presentation, please. Okay. Thank you. So please next slide, please. So this is a bit about my project called BlocRice. In fact, it started in 2018. It's a piloting project for 2 phases. So phase 1 starting from 2018, and then it cover like a cycle of the rice, and it's funded by the Innovation Fund of Oxfam in the Netherlands. But now we come into the second phase of the piloting, starting from 2020, and it's funded by the Netherlands Enterprise Agency. You can see the donor here, and our target group still, focus on our small-scale farmer based in Khmer province, and with the piloting for phase 2, we go into cover 2 agriculture cooperatives based in Kulan district, Khmer province. So the objective of this project is to empower women and men farmers in their organic rice value chain, and we're going to ensure that they are better and fairly paid, and we use blockchain technology to monitor how payment for farmer impacts their living income gap, knowing that those are small-scale farmers and they rely much more on the income from their small land, production, like within 1 to 2 hectares of land. And you can see from this presentation on the right side, we all are the partner implementing with this project. The name like Scatterly and partner based in the Netherlands. We have Oxfam, we have BlocRice. I believe, all of you know BlocRice, the big rice exporter company, and we have the Sano Rice, the international buyer from Europe based in the Netherlands, and we have the retailer also involved in this project as well, named Do It, the Dutch Organics International Trade, and the UDEA. Yeah, next slide, please. And it's about blockchain applications that I'm going to share. I'm not the expert of the blockchain technology, but I can share from my understanding with the developer, the programmer, and knowing from the beginning that we will use blockchain technology to monitor our supply chain for the transparency. So you can see from the picture here, and this is how blockchain technology works. And with this pilot project, we will have many actors joining in this system. You can see we have farmers based in Prahia province. We have agriculture cooperative, like I mentioned, two agriculture cooperative will be there, and we have the trader as Amrurai. We have buyer and processor like Sanurai, and we have the end retailer have Do It and UDEA. So if I can share about this blockchain technology, this is a public blockchain, not a private blockchain. We using a chain developed by a Delft University of Technology known as TU Delft, called Trust Chain, based in the Netherlands. And this trust chain is built off chain within the value chain relationship and replicated in the online system with the systemize the relationship with all actors. Starting from farmer, AC, trader, and also the buyer throughout the value chain process. And if I recall our learning from phase 1, we know that I can see the transaction is approved, from one to another when it passed within the supply chain. And based on the sharing from the developer, they said this is much faster throughput time and lower energy cost per transaction. I do not have much idea around this, whether how faster it is, because when we did it in phase 1, the app is still on web, like we call it web-based application. It's not yet on a mobile application, but they share that this is very cost efficiencies, and also with the transactions. Okay, next slide please. So why Oxfam choose blockchain technology to apply in this BlocRice project? So this is very much linked with Oxfam vision to build a resilient society free from poverty and injustice. So we want to increase our focus on inclusive business and human rights. You can see from the picture here, starting from farmer and until the end user in the international market, like in Europe mainly. And you will see many big companies involved in this process through in the chain, like Amrurai or Sanurai. And we really want to focus on their inclusive business where it involves a lot of small-scale farmers there. And then we want to test out the blockchain, whether we can go beyond the certification. You can imagine whether our farmer who are using the organic rice, they need the certification for their paddy, like this is organics, this is purely organics. And then with the certification, you can imagine it involves cost, because it involves like audit, it is from the international audit. And then if you understand from this chain, in the end all of this cost will be bear by farmer. So we want to test out whether we expect effective and efficient social compliance monitoring and also consumer communication. So you will see in my next slide about how we communicate to the end user within the supply chain, using blockchain technology. And then, like mentioned earlier, we want to use this blockchain technology to measure the payment toward a living income. When every actor enter their data, and it builds as the data history in this system, and it stay there, and then we can even recall all of this data. Then it becomes like a history record. And we believe that I mean, from year to year, like within a rice cycle of production, even farmer can see, they can trace, I mean, even from season one that they join in this technology of in this system, and then to the next rice cycle, then it become like a traceable data where they can check, and then we can even use it to confirm or even to see whether, for example, like payments have been made correctly with I mean the whole supply chain, and then we can see this is something like from farm to fork. I mean, starting from farmer who produce rice, and then it ran. I mean, from actor to actor within the value chain until the end user. I mean, the consumer of the rice cracker in the Netherlands. So with the limitation of the social certificate, we expect that BlocRice using blockchain technology can even enhance the social compliance, which is very low cost, and then the cost will be bear by farmer will be down. You can you can understand, let's say, if the cost of production is down and then it contribute to their income, income can be increased through the, I mean, the lower cost of their input. Yeah, next slide, please. So we are now at the designing stage for the farmer app. We want to launch it on the mobile application. You can see how it look like with the interface. So it can be both. It go with both language, English and our Khmer language. Then start with registration. Farmer need to register their profile. Let's say I am a farmer, for example, and then cooperative, and it apply the same with the other actor within the value chain. And then they start, I mean, selecting their crop, and then they create a profile, and then they start, I mean, the new crop cycle with using this application. So this is just some snapshot from the applications, I mean the farmer app, but like what I said, this is at the designing stage. We are not yet finalized the application yet. Next slide, please. Okay, so you can see from here it involves the process of the rice cycle, starting from flowering, sowing, and transplanting, fertilizing, weeding, harvesting, and selling. So throughout the process, this is not one of activity for the actor within this application. Like it become like a consecutive activity where farmer can even log in and then working from state to state, and also involved with the process to support. This is part of our technical agriculture extensions where it involves in the production of the farmer, because we support, you can see the stage where we can include all of these agriculture cooperative like intercropping, crop rotation, or land leveling, or even good agriculture practice. And then come to sellings, and you can see from the picture sample here, we're going to use the QR code to scan, and then it also enables us to record the data by using this barcode or even QR code to scan on their rice sacks, paddy sacks. Next slide, please. So here, this is part of the end user, the end consumer, knowing that from the input supply, our paddy, our organic rice, and then the producer, the processor will make it, I mean, as the ingredient for the rice cracker, and then you can see from the pack of the right cracker, we have the QR code or even the barcode, and then you can imagine if consumer can even scan it, and then it tracks for the information from the farmer where the blockchain system can even connect, and then all of this information will be come out, and with our record or data here in the block right, then our end consumer can even see where it come from. So it like source the origin of the product, like the organic rice is come from Khmer province by this farmer, by that farmer, and then they can even see how much they earn income for a season of the production, and then they can see whether they've been paid fairly or not within this. So all of this record will be used, and the end consumer can even have it for their information, and yeah, when they commit, I mean, to support, because they know all of their product is made from the organic rice of the small scale farmer in Khmer province. Next slide, please. So I can share some keynote from our learning here. So when we apply blockchain technology in the BlocRice, it doesn't mean it is starting from scratch. We need to build and facilitate all of this engagement, building from our footprint, because I mean, Oxfam have our legacy working with all of these farmers for so many years. I mean, to end our poverty and injustice. And then you can imagine, and there we will use some layer already to make it more effective and efficient. You do not see the middleman involved in this value chain, so it like reduce some cost, and then we secure the payment through the bank transfer, because farmers are encouraged to open a bank account. I mean, from phase one, we tested it by, I mean, having our farmer open a bank account with a Cleda bank, where it linked with the system to use the transaction of payment through, I mean, the Cleda to confirm, because it has become like a real time data, and it record very well on the transaction, including date, time, something like that. And then, like mentioned, this is build like a history of data in the system, where we can trace it transparency, we can build trust, it become part of the social audit or certification process, in case all of this data can be used for the analysis or for the audit. And then we learned that this is part of the transfer knowledge to farmer about the new technology, which require like training and also equipment, knowing that it become like economic, digital economy here in Cambodia. And we have enormous potential for scale up in the block agri toward economic development. It meant that this not only apply with rice. At this stage, we tested it with rice, but in the end, you can imagine million of Cambodian, million of farmers, like at least 2 million of farmers working on in a small scale productions, and not only with rice, but I can count something like cassava, corn, or even cashew nut or black pepper. And so it enormous potential for scale up. And we also right now looking for a potential Cambodian and also Asia-based to be partnered with, and we can even discuss about this collaboration, understanding that with COVID experience in the past, I mean, almost 2 years, we really have, I mean, technical problem to have our partner in the program developer based in overseas. So I see this is also a good opportunity for a young talented Cambodian to get involved in this digital economy as well, if they have the knowledge around blockchain technology. And a couple of challenges that I can share here. Accessibility to smartphone and also internet connection. We see it limited, the limitation for us to do this project, knowing that here it's a remote province, and smartphone of farmer, you can imagine it's not like a very expensive smartphone, but this is like a Chinese smartphone costs less than $50, for example, and then with the internet connection, it's not secure. It's used, I mean, 4G, 3G for their internet connection. And yes, this is new digital economy for farmer. It must be friendliness with the for farmer application. So we try to work with the designer and also the developer to ensure this is friendly. And then you can imagine if it is not friendly for farmer, they might not interested in this, or they might drop it if they could not find it useful for them, or even I mean entertain themselves like Facebook. That is why with BlocRice, Block Farmer app, we see function with picture can also entertain, I mean, farmer, where they can take picture and upload it into the system in every activity for their productions. And then this is the business ideal where trust is very fragile. You can even imagine the connection from one actor to another actor within the supply chains, and then it built on trust. The conditions pass on from one actor to another actor. It based on the approval for their verification, and then they approve. For example, when farmer sell their paddy to agriculture cooperative, and then the transaction need to pass to the agriculture cooperative, where they need to even review it, validate it, and then they approve the transaction to continue to another actor. So this is something how it works. I mean, from actor to actor within the supply chain, and trust must be maintained. I mean, from actor to actor, and then it like need to replicate from time to time. Like for example, farmer are engaged with the cooperative through the contract farming, and the contract farming are signed between the agriculture cooperative with the right company, where in the end we need to use it to validate whether all of the conditions are met, and then an example for if the contract said farmer need to be paid within 20 days, and then it start counting, I mean, from the selling date until they get their payment. And the payment, you can imagine if it involves the transaction from the bank, then it clear with the record, I mean, date, time, something like that, where it can calculate whether these are paid, I mean, right on time for the farmer. So these are the challenge that we learned from phase 1, and within this phase 2, we're supposed to start with this planting cycle. Somehow, due to the COVID distraction, we cannot make it, and now the project need to push back and delay for 1 more year. That we're going to get it with the new rice cycle, I mean new rice planting season coming sometime in May 2022. So next slide, please. So I think this is just some picture from the field when we tested it in the phase 1. I think that's it from my presentation. Thank you. Over to you, DJ Nana.
Thank you very much. That was indeed very interesting for the BlocRice in Cambodia. I have to be honest, I didn't really fully understand, but then when I see your last slide, which is the lesson learned, okay, now I get a little bit of knowledge in that area as well, and I hope it was very helpful for all of you watching. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to a next very interesting platform. So allow me to introduce our next speaker as well as the platform I have just talked about, which was established in 2018, and they are the dynamic team joined by Cambodian and Indonesian co-founder who have long experience in financial technology and core banking system. They are developing a platform where unbanked people have more convenient, instantly access to financial products without complicated requirements wherever and anytime and any device, and advanced technology and security. Now lastly, they can also build their credit and get better financial product and create the ecosystem for bank and serving their daily livelihood needs and connecting with each other on the internet rather than counters. we will be introducing the speaker shortly. The platform is called Delightech. However, I just would like to add here before we move to our speaker is that a sentence from there is for unbanked people, because say for example at my home, so I have probably 10 people, and my mom actually is still not convinced of having her own account. It will be very interesting, because then the platform is also for my mom and for people who actually still unbanked. We all know, like, okay, a lot of people probably here in the studio have 3 accounts, 4 accounts, 5 accounts, or maybe at least have 1 account. But we still have to acknowledge the fact that there are people in Cambodia, I mean in Asia, not just in Cambodia, that they prefer not to have a bank account or not having the access to have a bank account at all. And simply like my mom's not interested of having a bank account at all. Majority, yes, already have an account. What about those who don't have? The next presenter will be doing the introduction on that, which is the platform. All right, let me check with the team. Is that ready? No, not yet. Okay, so I will keep talking. Okay, now ladies and gentlemen, before we hand over the floor to our next presenter, I just would like to say again that this is only the 3rd day of our 5 days event. So we already cover Siem Reap, Siem Reap yesterday for real estate, and today for Battambang. We will still have Phnom Penh, which is on financial and tax. And then, of course, the last day we'll have our closing ceremony and lesson learned and stuff like that. So please stay tuned. And it's 5 days, so we're halfway around our program right now. But things are getting more and more excited every day. So please stay tuned with our program and also come back tomorrow and the next day as well. All right. I am told that we are ready, so I would like to hand over the floor now to our speaker, who is actually also here on my right-hand side in the studio. Welcome, Mr. Wilalai, the founder and CEO of Delightech.
Okay, chào xưa, Bát. I say thank you for today. I'm getting here and to be honest and to be a participant and also the speaker today for the Delightech team. First of all, I would like to introduce myself a little bit. My name is Lai Vila, founder and CEO of Delightech. Delightech is a fintech startup based in Cambodia, and we start since 2018 that we come up with this idea since we work during the 2013 that we working on financial sector, since banking sector, leasing and microfinance, and also the last 3 years I'm working on fintech. So that's why we see on the market that customer and consumer difficult to get loan, and we call that they are some of them is underbanked people or unbanked people. Yes. So next slide, please. Okay, I talking about our overview of Delightech. Delightech is again the fintech startup that we working on develop credit scoring or generating a system that we build in house, and also we working on another product in the future. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. So based on our experience, that's why we come up with the problem that we face during the working and meet the customer. The customer also difficult to get small loan. Around 87% of underbanked and unbanked people, they don't have bank account, and also SME, they difficult to get small loan, but without because of this they require many documents during the apply loan. Some of these have only collateral, document, and also guarantor. And the challenge also, the third is take long time is and time consuming, that customer when apply small loan they take around 3 to 5 days, like Bong Nana talking yesterday. Difficult to when they got a result reject, okay, they take a lot of time to apply again and again. And during this process also they some of customer and also officer they try to fraud the document and also difficult to verify the document also. This is what the problem on the market. Next slide please. Based on the market in Cambodia, I'm talking addressable market around 1 million, around 7 million unbanked and underbanked people that difficult to get small loan, and we plan to serve customer obtainable market around 7,000 user, and we can disburse around 10 million loan disbursement. Next slide please. Okay. Based on this market, based on this this number, we come up with the solution that we build AI lending platform. This AI lending platform we call Loi Lươn, that provide instantly convenient, flexible, and secure for financial product. Besides on that, we also in system we generate or we create credit score to customer during they apply, and they provide us the information, something like ID card, information of income proof, and also another information that they put in our mobile application. Based on this solution, we have the latest technology that we build in house. Okay, next slide please. I'm talking about the product and tech. That our product and technology is the theme of our Delightech build in house, and we build loan origination system, credit scoring, and also automation during the processing, that customer can easy to get and fast approval result around 30 minutes after they apply loan. And based on this, after they get loan, they also build credit with after they pay back, and they build their history during they take loan, and also they don't need to come visit our office or need to go to the office directly. Yes, next slide please. Related to our back-end system, we build in for open public API. That's why we open for connecting with other party to help support our ecosystem. And our technology can be scalable because we do and we update and we develop every day by using and latest technology. And for the system, we have experience in banking and finance. We control and we manage our customer data and also security for the customer base already. And another function in our system, we have another feature in our backend also. Next slide please. Okay. Currently, we survive our operation, and we also can say like we generate income through our customer apply loan through our mobile app, that we charge interest and service fee through our mobile, that when the customer apply loan and get the loan. And then that is what we how to generate or how to acquire our customer. We do many campaign coupon referral, and also the content education related to financial literacy and also financial education through our Facebook. And all this we try to educate customer to have bank account, how to get loan, and how to get good scoring, and also how to build their credit score during the process loan with us. Okay, next slide please. this is our team. This is our co-founder team. I would like to introduce myself a little bit about. I have experience around 9 years up to this year, around 10 years already in financial industry. I'm start in 2012 that I'm working on Eon Specialized Bank and as a collection officer until operation, and the last 3 years I'm working with the fintech company that they build system automation and approval loan also. And Mr. Direct is he is our co-founder, and he also have experience in sales and marketing, and he have experience to control operation on industry automotive in Laos also. And Chanda right now she is operation department. They she control collection and operation. And Dara, he also has experience in microfinance bank, and he handle on finance, accounting, audit, and HR also, because right now we are too small, so we handle many roles as a one player. And lastly is my brother, big brother. We call him Uncle Faisal. He is our co-founder. He lives in Cambodia right now, and he is an Indonesian guy that joined with us to build our system and our platform, and to develop the system for our team, and we grow this market together. Yes, next slide please. Last but not least, we can say we have mission and vision to help our Cambodian people and develop their credit to get and access to big finance in the future. And also we have customer and consumer and SME that they don't have proper financial data and financial credit history to get small loan or bigger finance in the future. And we try to deliver our good customer service and fastest and easiest and convenient through our digital lending platform. And we believe that our team will help customer and consumer and also SME that they can get small loan during the COVID and after the COVID, when they want to get fast and get easy when they apply small loan. And lastly, I from my team, we are a startup, so we need more advisor, strategic partner, and also some financial industry that support our team to help SME and also customer in Cambodia also. Next slide. I think that's all for me. Okay, thank you for your time, and grow with us to support SME. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your very informative presentation about the Delightech. That sounded very, very helpful for unbanked people. How easy or difficult it is, you can always try and check it out. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, for the next segment is not again the presentation, but will be the panel discussion. We usually, as you already know, that panel discussion is a longer and deeper discussion on the subject. There will be a total of 50 minutes. There will be a moderator and also a speaker. I believe that we have our moderator here with me, but there will be speaker who coming and join online. So the panel discussion is about crop to cash. So C to C. Let's check the progress in fintech, banking, and digital trends in agriculture and trade in rural area. Gracing today to moderate the panel discussion is Mr. Chris Ray. Here you are. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. All right. A little bit about Mr. Chris Ray before I hand over the floor to you. He's an independent business and technology consultant, and he has been advising and delivering successful consulting program in the US, Europe, and Asia for more than 25 years. Chris' skills lie in technology, e-commerce, digital marketing, and program management. He worked in rental, banking, and insurance, telecom, and consulting. So now I would like to hand over the floor to our moderator, together with our speaker who will be joining online, Mr. Pak Yung, the CEO of AgriBee. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
And then we have Ms. Thida Thương, an entrepreneur. Yes, from Thương Enterprise. Good to see you again. Haven't seen you for such a long time. Thank you. All right, now all the speakers are here. I would like to hand over the floor now to our wonderful moderator. Please take it away.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here and hosting our panel on fintech, banking, and digital trends in agriculture and trade. Thank you so much for my panelists. This afternoon, we're going to cover quite a broad subject matter, and we're going to go through some of the bigger questions, and our panel will advise us on their thoughts and some of the topics that they've seen within the sector itself. So I'm going to kick us off with a very broad question, and it's quite a long statement, and I'd like our panelists to then comment. Really the subject here is what do we believe are the biggest trends, solutions, changes in regulation, and other events that are impacting the digitalization of SMEs, and especially those SMEs within the agri-sector, and how this is affected by fintech and the drive for digital and technology in what is a very traditional business and is primarily a non-technical agricultural sector. So I'm going to set us off with the first question. I'd really like our panelists to comment, so probably starting with Boran. How has the agricultural sector evolved in view of both the Industry 4 that we're seeing, the new revolution, as well as the overall digitalization? Boran?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having me for these sessions. I would say the improvement on digital or technologies in agriculture are quite limited as of now. We see some pick up in terms of using supply chain platform at the after post harvest, right? But in terms of supporting farmer from the start of agriculture process to harvesting, including technical advisor, including crop management or farm management, are still very limited. And again, farmer also probably the least audience who adopt technology, because they are quite elderly people. They access to very little technology. Plus, I think in terms of data consumption, internet availability also quite limited. I think that's where all in all, I think the pick up on that sector are still quite limited as of now.
Okay, thank you so much for your comments. Back to Mr. Pakiorn. Maybe you could comment also on the limited access to technology and the limited access to network within the sector.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Actually, in the agriculture sector, we can that there are plenty of players in the market. Like Mr. Boran said, that there is a limit to support the pre-harvesting, but the post-harvest there is a lot. But there is plenty of room. We have to we can make improvement. Back to the back to the access to the system and technology in rural area. Thanks to mobile operator network that they did a very great job to provide the mobile 3G network to rural area, especially smart and mobile, and also Mobitel, and also smartphone. They provide a good job to our rural area. However, there is only 30% of smartphone penetration in rural area. That is a big challenging that bring people from rural area to access to the system and technology and in supply chain using the mobile app. That is quite challenging. So, but I see the improvement. I see the room that we are coming. We are working with more than 5,000 farmers. We can see that more than 60% of the farmers have their age is less than 45. This means they are very fast adapt to technology. So I can comment that in 5 years time we have a lot of improvement, and a lot of people keen to catch up to technology. And I from 5 years to 10 years time, the most transaction will be from payment. The cashless payment will be from rural area. Let's put this way, right? In agriculture, especially for rice sector, there is around 10 to 20 billion US$ transaction only rice sector, right? If you globally. Yeah, that's what that is for now. I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. It's a bit of a theme in terms of the effects, particularly what we've seen on blockchain earlier in the afternoon. Tida, perhaps your thoughts and maybe how this affects you and your family business, perhaps.
Well, thank you so much. First, thanks for having me today for these platforms and then to celebrate the World FinTech Festival as well. So again, my name is Tida Tongs. I'm from Tong Enterprise, which is more focusing on soil industries in Cambodia, and be more in working with the rural development, especially working together with farmers and stuff. So basically, if you see the world right now, the trending is about like a digital economy. People are talking about digitalizations a lot, and us, we are the farmer, we are the processor, we are also exporter as well. So we had to transform ourselves to be part of those digitalization. So I probably can share a little bit on our experiences on how we're doing business to transform our traditional ways of doing business into a new way of doing business, with including a lot of digitalization together with fintech as well. Like previously, people are more farming, packing and selling as a normal way, just like you just producing the product, you're packing the product, and you sell into the markets, and then you get the money cash to hands, right? But right now we have technologies, which is we have also our system, like a management system. Like let's say you are doing like a purchasing, you also have to use a lot of platform. Of course, it's fintech platform to transfer all those payments. That is easier to take a lot of saving times, save a lot of effort as well. And of course, I mean, going to the market itself, you also need to push on your market shares. You're also going to do a lot of sales marketing and brandings. And then if you're doing retail market, of course, platform, the payment platform is very important for us as seller, because we need to collect all the payments as fast as we can, because we had to respond all those production and processing that we are respond every day. So this is kind of thing that we can look back into the traditional way of doing business, and also a new way of integrating of digitalization toward this kind of business, especially toward agro and processing and agriculture people like us as well. Right.
Okay, thank you. one of the things that we've seen really impact technology and use of technology is in e-commerce, driven by the changes in COVID and the restrictions on access, travel, and so on. Do we think we've seen a speeding up of the adoption of technology within the agriculture vertical, as we perhaps, I know it's very different from retail and e-commerce, but have we seen any impact, do you think, due to COVID? Boran, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, thank you. There is, I think, the pick up. I think in general, not just in other sector, but agriculture as well. I give example in we run an app for the Mesa, which provide people knowledge to people, especially farmers. In the last 2 years, we see a big pick up compared to when we start, and how people use that to get more knowledge about how can they improve their farms, and how they actually be able to get support. But I think one of the biggest challenge which I mentioned early is that again, it's about only 20 to 30% of the farmer actually access the smartphone, and majority of them still doesn't know how to use it. Um, we spend so much time to actually go and meet them and provide training to them on how to use the app. So I think those are one of the biggest challenge. The second, where I think the pickup is still slow, despite of there are yes more data coverage, but when you're looking at um, uh, digital things, right? Rural people also are not very literate, so they can read a little bit, but not a lot. So if you go with low bandwidth, with text, it doesn't work. And people prefer more on as a virtual videos and a kind of interactions or communication style. I think that's also another big challenge where we saw it. Uh, One particularly I want to mention before I end, where I think there are some picking up is on using a certain technology like drones, weather information, to actually support farmer during their crop season, right? So that they can have a better knowledge and be able to improve their productions, activities, and efficiency. So there's those where I saw a bigger pickup, I think, among other places in the agriculture sector.
Okay, thank you so much. Tida, again, so not necessarily associated with digital. I'd be really interested to see whether COVID has pushed a connection to digital.
Well, I believe so. It doesn't relate it into any fintechs or technology much at all. But the thing is just like we are one of the player who really need those kind of system to integrate into our business model, right? And to enhance, to develop more, and to have us make more about market shares in that. So to us, like I support with the other panelists talking about the challenges about how they have a lot of platform, how we are lacking of about community, especially the farmer who doesn't cannot access into those kind of digitalization or any fintech platform at all. But in terms of doing business, especially I'm working more with the farmers. It doesn't mean that they don't want to, but the problem is just like how much information that they can access into that. I mean, just like how much opportunities or any platform that they can integrate into those communities for them to use. Let's say, hey, I mean, I have this kind of platform. Probably it really helps a lot for your business or for your community to improve your business, to improve your traditional way of doing business into the new model, or to leverage your business model into another ways that they can boost your revenue stuff. So this is kind of problem, and this is kind of challenges as well. And I think probably there will be we as a farmer, we are producer, we also looking for another support with the other player as well. Even though financial banking like AMK who just support us into financial access or any platform, or maybe AgriTech who has a platform or AgriB that can support all those vendors, suppliers to go for their goods platform, or maybe government sector itself that they have a lot of policy to support. Let's say we have a lot of support, we have a lot of framework to support agriculture, especially the farmer who just want to access all those kind of fintech or technology to support their business up. So this is kind of the whole platform, the whole story that as a farmer, as a producer, we really need for that, and especially for fintech itself. Right.
Okay, I can see a lot of positive feedback from the rest of the team here. In terms of AgriBuddy, then, perhaps has your support for the sector changed during this COVID period? Can you give us some details of what some of the support that you've given through this COVID period, and has it really changed the way that people work in terms of adopting technology to perhaps get over that?
But during the COVID time, it is good for agriculture, in fact, right? And people looking for development agency, projects, government, financial institution, they look into agriculture as a priority. And in year 2020, we really got very, very peak time. The cultivation is raising very high, and the price of the crop is going very high. But we have the problem with shipping inside because in Cambodia we don't produce we don't have the import factory, so we import a lot from Thailand, from Vietnam, and from other countries. But 2020 is not much hit, but in 2022 we got a lot of hit due to the shipment sea freight issue, rising price. So we got a lot of hit. But in year 2021 also we got a lot of orders, shipment from from the sector point of view, we got a lot of order, but we could not deliver the shipment because the shipment sea price is very is going like 10 times. Like it was, there is 2,000 US dollar per container for shipment. Like it went to 23,000 US dollar per container. This hit so hard. So from agriculture point of view, it's very good. We have only the shipment issue, and then we have brought a lot of rollback issue to the farmer because there is no the shipment or export increase have been, the number has been decreased from 700,000 pounds last year, and it comes down to 600,000 pounds this year. So a lot of it. But however, we export a lot of paddy from Thai sector for you. We export a lot of paddy to our local, our neighboring country. So I can say that farmer will happy from agriculture point of view. But this year, end of this year, got hit again because the fertilizer has been increased 2 to 3 times again, and then it's very hard, right? So talking about during the COVID technology adapting, I don't see much difference from before COVID and after COVID. People still using mobile phone for surfing the Facebook, right? And people stay home. But in rural area, there is not much restriction for farmers. They can just go around chatting, socialization with each other. They don't have much, they do not much worry. Yes, recently, recent quarter, from June until right now, government have rolled out the vaccination area. There is some restriction, but that's not impact on farming production. So, from rice sector point of view, it's very positive right now, still very good. I can say, and the technology adapting, it is increasing, and but there's no impact on training this one on the trend, I can say.
Okay, thank you so much. It's very interesting to see. There are some changes, but it is, as you say, a very traditional sector. Let's move on to finance now. So, do we do we think there's been any, particular financing trends or things that have changed, particularly around bringing, what we classify as the rural area to the urban areas, the bigger cities? Certainly for me, I've probably seen more farmers and street vendors, during the last year than I ever have, in the fact that they've had to come closer to those urban areas. How has finance, kind of bridged this gap during this period? Brian, I think probably I'll give it to you first, given it's close to your heart.
Thank you. I think if you're looking at the financial sector as a whole, you can see that in the last 18 months or 2 years, in spite of the COVID, in spite of the slowdown in I think every sectors in Cambodia, and some have a bigger impact than other. The financial sector continue to grow. I think around between 15% to 25%. In the last 18 months or so. So which means the amount of money that banking and financial sector continue to provide to their customers and Cambodian people actually in fact continue to increase during this pandemic period. I think one of the things which we saw as part of the growth is also I think toward agri sector. And I think a certain SME sector in Cambodia. And the reason is that, within every sector in Cambodia, I believe agri sector are one of the least impact, and where, with government policies and, more labor force coming back from, Thailand, and also move from city to rural areas. I think that's a push a bit more on agri sector. I think it's where we see more growth on that part. I think the second is also because of the government policies, on supporting SME in Cambodia, with SME fund, with guarantee fund. I think it's where we see also a chunk of growth into that sector. I think other sector remain quite normal, particularly real estate. I think continue to do very well. Whereas you can see bank continue to grow in real estate sector as usual. I think on in terms of digitalization on financing, you see a number of new player coming in where not player, but I think there's technologies or platform where they try to see how can they support people from to getting loan quicker and easier. I think that's the one presented by Delightech example is one of example. We also see financial institutions also introduce their own digital platform to capturing those customers in the last 2 years, especially pandemic had pushed it a bit further. So you see people can actually apply loans through their mobile applications, through chatbot, through their Facebook, companies and through other means. However, that's still representing quite a small portion of what the whole sector do, and there are a lot of reasons why we cannot move as fast because financing is really know the customer. So I think it's still very early day for Cambodia in terms of how much you know your customer by just asking them to send you an answer through the mobile phone. So I think that is the early day, but I think the trend is moving that direction.
Okay, thank you so much. Tida, to you, do you think technology has brought us closer together, or do you perhaps think these platforms, is a chatbot going to bring you closer to your customer? Is it going to bring you more opportunity with finance? How do you see the use of these technologies in bringing us closer together as a community?
Well, thank you so much. This is a really good question for being a position as a farmer and being integrate or leverage ourselves to be a modern business people or entrepreneur stuff. So I think those kind of platform is really helpful for us because of like I mentioned earlier, we're talking a lot about digital economies, people using digitalization. We talk about platform, we talk about fintechs, and if we're talking about the Asian member country, they're more mature in the markets about fintech technology, but Cambodia is very new to us. So it's really an opportunity for every startup or every entrepreneur to start up this kind of business. And us being a farmer entrepreneur in Cambodia, we need those kind of linkage between technologies and the farmer itself, because otherwise we cannot see the world. We want to jump out the box. I mean, just to update ourselves into a new model of doing a business, because now everyone is talking about COVID situation. It impacts a lot, and we learned a lot about COVID situation. But agro sector is very important because we need food every day. We need to do a lot of trade. We need to do a lot of business every day just to feed people. So transaction is need to be operated every day as well. So those technologies bring us to close. Let's say if you're talking about B2B, B2C, or P2P, it's linked. I mean, just like it's very faster. It's save time. It's save the management. It's save cost of human resource, and then it linked together that people know us. This is our farmer. This is our product and stuff, and then we can easily to get a lot of payment stuff. I mean, more easier than a traditional way of doing business. So this is kind of opportunities by integrating our technologies in terms of our business and also business strategy stuff. So I think this is kind of sharing of perspective of being a farmers and want to be like leverage our business model into a new updating as well. And of course, we're also doing exportation, and it's very important for those kind of e-commerce platform, digital like platforms, and then also fintech payments for transferring between cross-border payment between one country to one country itself. So yeah.
Okay. Pak Yorn, do you think the rural community has been brought together? They're now more entrepreneurial. Do you think some of these, particularly payment systems, have closed that gap for what we would generally see as quite a regional divide?
Yes, actually, the payment system for the rural area is very, very good. Just a matter of time. Right. Like Mr. Baran said, from financial sector, there is the challenging in KYC verification. Regulation from NBC, right? Before you financing them, you have to know them, right? And you cannot just let farmer they fill your own KYC, how much you earn income, something like that. You have to know. And there is during the COVID time, we face the issue that the visiting the customer to verify the information, that is a restriction when you want to meet the client. That's why during the COVID time, we can see very a little bit slow on financing disbursement to the agricultural sector. I think not just agriculture, also every sector. But we still need to go through this pandemic time, right? So from rural area point of view, I'm very optimistic. In 5 years or 10 years time, we will see there is a huge transaction from rural areas for conducting the cashless transaction from fintech point of view. You have to remember that there are 2 million families in the rural area, and we have only 300,000 family in the city, in the town. So we have to consider moving faster in the rural area, and how can we support the community to get into the fintech at the convenience and fastest way as possible, especially for agricultural sector.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. Let's start to look at the future. And so, we've seen these new platforms come into play. We've seen, as you said, speed, particularly around payments, is really fast. Really interesting that you've framed KYC, know your customer, risk management in banking, to actually knowing your customer and, you know, communications and bringing them together, perhaps sitting in parallel with that. But looking at the future, how do you see digitalization improving the lives of these SMEs and these agri-farm owners? Tida, perhaps we'll start with you on this.
Thank you so much for this question again. So I think from my perspective of being a farmer itself, sharing our perspective of farmer, I think in the future, like you mentioned, the world is very big. Competition is very strong itself. If we don't develop it ourselves, if we don't enhance ourselves, maintain ourselves to be a new updating, I don't think we can compete with the other competitors because there's a lot of people are just getting, especially our consumer and our customer need a lot of updating. They need something new all the time. So if we keep doing the same way, I think maybe we can have the same result. But if you just want to do something better, I think maybe we can try or maybe explore something better as well. So, and the world right now we're talking about digitalization. And of course, as me in perspective or as me in Cambodia, I see a lot of people are now transferring themselves for integrating this kind of digitalization, especially they're looking for a lot of platform, especially they also build their own human resource because of the challenge of SME in Cambodia is about human resource to adapt into technologies, adapt into digitalization because, it's very new. If you're comparing to Singapore or Malaysia or the other Asian member, they are more mature. They are more into fintech, cyber crimes or technology. But Cambodia is very new. And the thing is like we need to educate more about these kind of technologies or digitalization in Cambodia as in itself. So I believe that for me, as a perspective of one of the SME in Cambodia, I could see the world is changing. We cannot stay the same. We need to develop ourselves. We need to modernize ourselves into a new framework, a new not more way of doing business. Otherwise, we cannot compete. And then I hope that the other SME in Cambodia would love to have integrate themselves the same by applying all those kind of digitalization and fintechs because of course it's really important for you, especially with the payment term. Otherwise, just like we cannot sustain ourselves at all.
Okay, that's really interesting. Boran, maybe I should pick up on this. Do you think these changes are going to make us more competitive? You know, as Cambodians, we're somewhat resistant to change. Do you think if we reduce that barrier and resistance, that it will make us more competitive?
Absolutely. I think Cambodia have a lot of potential. As a country of agriculture, as we used to call ourselves, it is still true as of today. I think we have a lot of potential. However, there are a lot more work to do. I think not just from a private sectors, but I believe the government play a big role into this. And then I think the entrepreneur, private sectors, and then the farmer. One thing I want to links to what Pida said, which if you look at what the whole value chains, right? What are the key problems we all facing? I think farmer number one, I think probably lack of knowledge, lack of ability to access to technologies, update to improve their productivity, to make their farm more efficient, so that they can reduce the cost, their product become more competitive, so that they can actually, compete with their competitors in Cambodia, but also, export to other countries. How do we actually, help them to improve that? That's one, thing we should be looking at. I think second is on at aggregator level. So I put example as we are already here, on the soil sectors, right? Farmer may want to access to finance, but they may not be able to do it, right? The entrepreneur do the same. One thing which is, which is happening, and I think it will be happening more, is actually working together with entrepreneur, like to enterprise. So actually understanding what who you work with, what is your cash flow, what is your seasonal of production, where is your customer, where you sell it to, how you actually your structure your working capital, how do we as a financial player able to actually helping you to actually be able to access to finance, when you need it at more affordable cost. So that also bring your cost of production down and be able to compete. And then I think the race is on logistics, and government policies and so on, where I think support, the local sectors. But I do believe, the more that, the more we, push forward on adaptation on technologies and be able to bring that to, farmers or aggregators or entrepreneur and be able to link that together. I think that would actually provide a huge saving in terms of cost and allow the whole uh, value chains to actually work better together, including financing.
Okay, thank you. Some really interesting points there about, competitiveness and productivity and efficiency. Pak Yuan, do you think this productivity and this efficiency and this use of systems to understand perhaps the agriculture supply chain, is something that we'll see as an improvement in future?
Yeah, Chris, that's true. That's true. I'm very optimistic that is improving. It is not because of competitiveness, or it is a trend for technology that people have to adapt it to this one. Right? I can see financial institutions, they tend to lend, they start to consider using technology to lend to the key player like farmer, producer, processor. They tend to lend against the crop. Like AMK, they lend to a rice miller against the stock, inventory, right? So how do they not done? Because of technology. So I can see this one that technology will be used as a tool for connecting all players together, from producer, financial institution, agri-input supplier, crop trader, processor, distributor, exporter, and consumer as well. So I can see this trend is coming. Right? That's what that's it. But we have one issue is that digitalization on loan agreement, something like that, have to put in place. I think the government have been working so hard to support this sector to have digitalization agreement or like e-signature when you can use your phone to sign on the loan agreement or something like that. 2 or 3 years time, if that is planned, that will have a lot of everyone from the government point of view. So our regulation a little bit adaptive right now, but I think it's better to move faster to support the SME and private sector to move digitalization. Right? With a less support from the government, but I don't see that. If the government don't support, and then we cannot move to digitalization legally. But I right now I see the government have put a policy in place to support SME in digitalization, right? So we have like startup center to develop the system. We have SME bank, so we have SME bank to support SME. We have ARDB, Agriculture Rural Development Bank, Horticulture. We have CTCC, Credit Grantor Cambodia to support. Financial institution, we will move to financing without collateral. I mean, the collateral like a house or land or something like that. And that is how the economy will move based on technology. That's how technology will support SME to grow. Some SME, they start a business, they do really good job, and they get a very good financial performance, but they don't have the collateral. The regulation, they have to put a collateral. They push the SME who pull the cash flow from their balance sheet and to buy a land so that they can use this land to put the collateral. So this will be we are moving away from this one to use the technology as a proof trace on the transaction to prove the financial institution that you don't need collateral as long as your financial performance is good, and then you can got financial support as much as possible. So I can see this trend is moving very fast with the support from the government.
Okay,
Government very strong support on this one. I can see that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I get and say myself, I am currently involved in a program at looking at digitalization of SMEs, and we're paying particular attention to the agri sector, and so it's from a personal perspective, it really it hits home. So maybe kind of based on that particular theme, is if we're seeing all of this investment and this change within digitalization and the support from both government and the international development and private sector, what do you think are going to be some of the biggest game changers in this sector in terms of how these partnerships and the move of technology is going to affect this particular sector? What do you think are going to be some of the big trends, big changes that we'll see? Boran, I think you're almost you're keen to kind of comment on this. What do you think we'll see in the sort of short to medium term in terms of the fruit of these investments?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think agriculture is always in my hand, in spite of in the financial sector. I think a couple of things. I think one of the things which I see on the positive side, but I also feel not happy about it. I think you will see a growth on commercial farming, where I think people would actually have, coming or Cambodian who actually will set up bigger farm as commercial farm, deploy technology, make it more productivities and more competitive, and run by mostly technology. So that would actually create two challenges. I think on the good side, it actually would be good for Cambodian in terms of export, in terms of consumer, they would get better product probably at a lower cost. But on the downside, you will see that it may force farmers who are smallholder farmers who may not be able to adopt the technology, who may still performing subsistence farming, may actually no longer be able to actually compete and be able to sustain on that regard. I think on the second part, which I see is that if technology can be affordable and can be reached further to the smaller holder farmer, at affordable cost and easy to understand and easy to adopt, and that would actually, I think give a better to me in terms of creating, a better society where, you have more farmers who are now low income people can actually improve their incomes and improve their, future, financial in the family, and be able to expand more. But that is a challenge and require a lot of work. And I still hope, I think that is something we all can actually, keep an eye on it. And I think try to do everything we can to actually support those farmer holders to be able to either access directly on technology or work through some enterprise like, let's say Thung Enterprise or other cooperative who have more capacity, who actually work directly with farmer and be able to actually bring that, from the text to the enterprise level, but also then they distribute it to the farmer because the farmer may not be able to get directly and, at affordable cost or the knowledge to do it. And those to me are so critical, and it's where I think the line will be there, right? Whether we move more toward bigger farms, like a commercial farm, or I think we can support smaller farm holder to actually be able to grow at the same time.
Okay, that's a really interesting point in the fact that it is this double-edged sword, and I don't think anyone will disagree with you when they say it's not an easy change. Pak Kyon, do you just want to briefly, as we kind of close out some of this, do you want to briefly add on to your comments about potentially, this balance between, looking at future trends and improvements and, how that's balanced with, minimal impact on or education of those farmers, who, such that they're included in these changes?
Always in every country, smallholder farmer is very challenged to adapt the technology. It's every country, not just Cambodia. I can say Thailand, Vietnam, just facing the same. Good one in Cambodia got a smallholder farmer, got a lot of support from the government and other development agencies. What I would comment is that there from 2012 until 2017, there is around 800 million US dollars from development agency and government to support a smallholder farmer. Something like develop irrigation system, financial literacy, value chain management, crop management, something like that. There is support, right? But as Mr. Boran said, there is a trend. There is a good and bad. There is a trend. The trend is that the smallholder farmer will be merged their farm to a bigger farmer, right? To a commercial one, right? So, for example, like they own 1 hectare farmland, they can produce only 5,000 per hectare within 6 months, and they put the same effort for the same time. I mean, the same consuming, but look at less results. So they tend to give up this one. That is very bad, right? But there is a good side is that when they merge with a bigger smallholder farmer, a bigger farmer, they can move with a bigger scale, and then very contractual base with buyer, with supplier, with financial provider. For example, that is why the government have been very supportive in agriculture cooperative policy. We have 1,500 agriculture cooperatives, which is around 300,000 farmers have been grouped, and this is a trend of the smallholder farmer that's moving to that way. So, come back to your question is that how is trend right now? I think the knot is there. We need someone to connect it to each other. We have every player in place. We have government policy, we have agency, we have financial institution, we have the user, we have every person. We need someone firmly to connect them together. I can see this very cool. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Tida, in the closing few minutes, do you just want to add potentially what you see as some of the trends in this sector, again, balancing, the positive and the potential investment needed in, skills and education to keep everybody as part of the benefits of this growth?
Well, I think there's a lot of people talking about technology, digitalization, transformation toward Cambodia economies, and then even the tech company, even the government itself, they also have a lot of we call enhanced integrated framework that they more supporting in terms of financial and technical support toward SME and also the farmer itself. But the thing, just like we see, a lot of opportunity itself. It's a big challenge. It's a big opportunity for us to get the benefit from them. How to improve our business, how to take the benefits, to develop our competitiveness toward the other competitor itself. But at the same time, we see a lot of challenges. Like the other panelists also mentioned a lot about the challenges, how together with the human resource about business infrastructure, especially on the e-business infrastructure itself, about the education itself toward the player, because there's a lot of tech company who create a lot of platform right now, especially on the grid tech. But the thing just like if the farmer itself or the SME itself doesn't have any education to understand about those kind of platform, they still have a limited access or limited action, those kind of benefits. So it doesn't work the same. So the thing just like we need to balance those kind of player in those value chain or supply chain ecosystem. So I think this kind of thing, it should be maybe the financial institute or government itself, they have the framework or support for player, maybe the farmers, maybe the agri-tech company who just integrate together to understand, to get education to them to use all those kind of benefits and to upgrade themselves together on this kind of platform stuff. So this is kind of thing that I can see. And then, of course, like Mr. Brown mentioned earlier, they probably need to see what is the focal person, focal player that they can link between those kind of platforms to work with the other farmers. You cannot, if you apply all those kind of technology to work every farmer, I don't think it takes a lot of time. It doesn't work effectively at all. But the thing, just like you probably need the focal person, like maybe a greepy or top enterprise, which is we work together with the other cluster. There are farmers who just we integrate those kind of platform together. So this kind of thing would probably work together more effectively and faster and stuff. And we can see those players will be work as their own position and improve their own supply chain ecosystem together as well.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you all very much for your comments. I think it's been a really, really interesting discussion. As you say, there are many, many facets to this. Finance, technology, education, the spectrum is broad, and I think, as you all mentioned, it's not a really easy problem to solve, or we would have solved it already. So I just wanted to say in the final words, thank you so much to our panelists today. Thank you for your experience and your comments. It's been a really, really interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for our wonderful moderator for helping us moderate a very important panel discussion just recently. So thank you also to all the speakers for sparing your busy schedule joining us at the panel discussion earlier, which has been very, very wonderful, wonderfully put together, and have really shared a lot of knowledge and inspiration for all of us. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to our next topic for this afternoon, which will be the presentation. As we already know, that technology in the area of agriculture is indeed a very important one. So now for the next part of the afternoon, there will be presentation of new inventive technology and platform. Now let's start with our first presenter. The Khmer Agriculture Suite, or let's call KAS, is an open digital platform for agriculture value chains by harnessing the power of emerging technology and innovation to address main challenge in productivity and distribution. Digitalization of agriculture sector has potential to deliver positive impact to economy through increased productivity, cost efficiency, and market opportunity, to transform communication across value chain, across enabling inclusivity, and to optimize use of resources as well as to adopt rapid change. To help us know more about KAS, I would like to welcome Mr. T. Mekara Ravi, the Digital Technology Coordinator of SMBAP project of MOD, MEF, and IFAD. I think you are mute. Bongជួយបិទ mute តិចចា ហើយសុំតផងមិញហៅ Mr. តាមពិតស្រីតា ចាសូមអញ្ជើញអត់លឺបងអត់លឺបងជួយ unmute តិចអត់លឺអូខេសូមអនុញ្ញាតរងចាំផ្លែតចាចេញក្រុមការងារកំពុងតែតាក់ទងទៅបងដើម្បីស្រួលឡើងវិញម្ដងទៀត sorry I think she's unmuted but let's work it out in the back scene and I apologize I actually called her earlier Mr. She's actually a woman. That was Dr. T. Mekara Ravi. She's the Digital Technology Coordinator of SMBAP project of MOD, MEF, and IFAD, and she's joining us online. We are now getting back her on screen. Yeah, can you try again, please? ចាតែប៉ុន្មានពួកយើងឃើញបងប៉ុន្តែអត់ឮសលេងអត់ដឹងថាបងភ្លេច menu ឬក៏មួយទៀតសំឡេងនៅលើ computer បងជួនកាលនៅ
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can.
ជំរាបសួរទាំងអស់គ្នា Good afternoon, everybody. So let me present to you on the Khmer Agriculture Suite. As you know, COVID-19 has changed the norm of everybody, businesses, government bodies, development partners, and all the people around the globe. Food security has become one of the top priority. Cambodia is known as the agriculture country. If we zoom in the country, same as the theme of today, it's about Battambang province. I think it is intentionally chosen for agriculture sector. As we might know, Battambang, the rice production in Battambang can feed the whole country. And coincidentally, I am originated from Battambang province. So today, I have a pleasure and honor to present to you on the concept of Khmer Agriculture Suite or CAS, which is a project initiated. The project is under SAMBAT or called Sustainable Asset for Agriculture, Market, Business and Trade. The project is funded by IFAD, an Italian donor, and implemented by two ministries, Ministry of Rural Development and Ministry of Economy and Finance. So CAS is quite a challenging project. Why I say so? Because we try to solve many challenges in the agriculture sectors. Today, I have 4 topics that I will present to you briefly within the time limit. If you want to understand more about the project, you can contact me directly. So for next slide. So today I will present what is CAS. Second one, why we do it. Third, how we do it. And then I will present also some existing digital platform. Next, please. What is CAS? So CAS or Khmer Agriculture Suite. Next slide, please. Sorry. Yep. It's an open digital platform for agriculture value chain by harnessing the power of emerging technology and innovation to address the main challenges in productivity and distribution. What does it mean? It means that since everybody right now is disconnected, like the previous panelist, Mr. Yuang, Dr. Boran, and Ms. Tida, maybe others as well mentioned that now all the stakeholders in the agriculture are there, but they are not connected with each other. So the efficiency in the sector is very low. And so that's why the concept of CAS, for the next slide, please. The concept of CAS is similar as the CamDX or Cambodian Data Exchange, where it has the capability and capacity to integrate with other platform or database from various ministry, development project, private sectors. So if you see in this graph, you can see that CamDX and CAS core platform will connect with CamDX, will connect with other database under, for example, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Interior, everybody as a private sector representative with other development projects like AIMS and Aspire, which are our sister project under IFAD, and others value chain actors. So CAS core platform will also have other CAS satellite app that connected with each other through an open API. So what are we going to solve? What are the activity under CAS? We will have CAS portal, which we will develop for various value chain actors. We have CAS weather, where all the farmers or others can check the weather, what are the expectation that the farmers or the producer need to do based on the information from the CAS weather, CAS IAM or the identity, and also CAS Khmer, where farmers, producer, input suppliers, and others stakeholder can do a proper planning on their production, on their supply chain. And we also have CAS AI, which can analyze all the data. So under our project, what we do. So we will have a CAS, or we call digital literacy, where everybody mentioned just now that we need to upgrade the knowledge of farmers on how to use the digital platform. So the objective of Sambat or CAS will provide or upgrade a digital literacy to the farmer, to the input supplier, to the collectors, to the exporter as well. And we also offer a challenge fund to the startup, particularly on agri-tech startup. And at the same time, we will have various key satellite apps like traceability system, contract farming system, can be linked to other financial sectors platform. We can call a cash finance, cash market for a platform where buyers and seller meet and then make a transaction over a digital platform. So as you can see, this is a really ambitious project. So next slide, please. Why we do this one? So next slide, please. As you know, agriculture is one of the top priorities. So we have three sectors that contribute to the GDP of the country. First one is probably previously can be manufacturer and services, and then agriculture. But over the last 2 years, with the COVID impact, agriculture has led the sectors and has led the contribution to the GDP. So it become one of the highest priority by the government. Next slide, please. As you know, here is some snapshot of the digital statistic in Cambodia. As you can see, the number of users of smartphone, digital platform, social media such as Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, even TikTok has been increasing. The last statistic I found, the internet user has been increased 14.4%, which account about 1.1 million between January 2020 and January 2021. So it's a huge jump. And for the social media user, it also increased by 23.2%, which is about 2.3 million users just in 1 year. So the trend of using digital platform has increased, even though we said that people still have a low level of digital literacy, but they start to use the digital platform or smartphone to communicate or to find the information, to seek for what they are looking for. So digital is not something new, but it's something is booming and it's growing very fast. For next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yep. Here are the challenges. The study is done by ADB in 2017, but I still think it's still relevant. The challenges are still relevant. Based on this study, the study in 2017 on the e-agriculture platform for Kampong Cham province alone, but it's also can apply to throughout the country. The first challenge is about intermediary, which what it means. If you see the value chain, the drawing of the value chain, you see from the farmers to the end consumer, there are plenty of intermediary. It can be, for example, if you buy cucumber, there is a collector in the village that buying cucumber from the farmer, selling to the other big collector in the district, and then go to the province, and then probably send to other market, and the other market redistribute to the other market. So the efficiency here is not strong, it's very low. So due to this long value chain with many intermediaries. The second challenge is about post-harvest losses. because of the lack of storage facility and improper handling, which hinder if there is a big loss after the harvest, the cost of production also increase, and the consumer would complain that why cucumber is so expensive if in the farm it's only 500 real per kg, but at the end market it's about 4,000 or 5,000 real per kg. What happened here? So this is one of the challenge in the post-harvest losses. The third challenge is about information asymmetry, which means that the intermediary in between play the pricing law, pricing rule. For example, in one place, if you sell to Sadamco market, the price is one thing. If you sell to Eon, the price is the other. And even in the village, if you sell to one collector, they might give you one price, and the other collector might give you another price. So this is the mismatch between the pricing information. The fourth one is about the quality. It's about inconsistency in quality of the produce that traded. So maybe one farmers in one village produce this quality, but we expect that the next farmers in the same neighboring might produce the same quality, but it is not the case. And the last one is about linkages. There is a limited channel of linkages among the value chain stakeholders. I know now it might have improved due to Facebook Messenger group or Telegram groups, but there are still a lot of room to improve. Next slide, please. So what is the advantages of digitalization of agriculture value chains? The first one, it would increase the transparency, efficiency, and competitiveness. It reduces the cost of linking actors and transaction, and then it reduces the inequality in access to information, knowledge, technology, and markets. Lastly, it provides an accurate and timely decision on resource management, which means the more you better informed, the more your decision is more accurate. So let me give an example. If you produce cucumber in a big quantity and expect that the price might be a good price for you, but since you don't have enough information about the other also produce cucumbers, so it flooded the market. The price is dropped down dramatically. That's why you always see on the news that people just throw away their produce, which we don't want to see it to happen again in the near future. When everything is digitalized, everyone is connected, everyone is well informed about the demands and the supply in the market. Next, please. Yes, and how we do it. So next slide, please. Cash core platform will have the capability to collect data, pre-process data, and analyze data. And at the end, they can predict the future of the demands in the market. So it's a win-win for everybody in the market. Next slide, please. Please go to all this. Yep. Okay, so for digital platform, can you have another two click, I suppose? Yeah. So the digital platform, as you can see, farmer is at the bottom and then connected with this crop and vegetable chain. I just give an example on the vegetable chain. There is a production side and a distribution side. Farmer will connect through them to the digital platform, and we do expect that they also connect with the MFI, with the other product and service suppliers, and with buyers and manufacturer, consumer, and even the exporter through cash digital platform. For next slide and another next one, please. Next. Yes. So we expect to also have a few platform. Actually, we expect to have 5 key satellite application in both web and mobile application to connect to the core platform. I will give you some ideas what we do expect out of this satellite application. Next slide, please. Next, please show the whole slide. Yeah. Next. More, please. Yeah. So all the 5 CAS satellite application, maybe the first top 2 CAS satellite application, we will start with transportation and traceability, and then a CAS contract for the contract farming. We also expect to develop CAS markets for the wholesale markets, CAS fresh. Sorry, so there is no cash fresh here, but we do expect cash fresh as well for the retail shop, and we also expect to have cash credit for the credit scoring to connect with the MFI. As you know, over the last 2 days, everybody talking about the loan and stuff like that. How people can access to the loan through the MFI. We do expect there would be a cash farmer credit that provide a credit scoring to the farmers to connect to the MFI without providing any mortgage. And then cash digital payment, because as you know, just now the Ms. Tida also mentioned about fintech, about the farmers getting paid through the fintech platform or currently the Bakong platform. So we also expect to have cash wallet, and then also cash book as a digital technology for farmers. For example, this one is like a library where farmers can go in and then find out what technique, growing techniques that they can use or apply to their fields. So this is just an example. Last but not least, I would present a bit on the existing digital platform that have in the market currently. Maybe some of you already know. The first one is BlocRice that just presented earlier by Oxfam. Rice project by GIZ, Agribody, which is it's not a app or mobile application yet, but this one they use for their bodies or their farmers group. There is also Uncle Salad that provide the weather information. Tonle Sam app that run by AMK. They provide technical knowledge, credit scoring, and even maybe purchase and sales on that platform. Spin provide the credit scoring and the loan to the farmers. Cam Agri Markets is a retail market that there is a transaction of supply and demand. Chamka app and also AgriBee that Mr. Yuang just present his ideas on the digital platform. So I think this all the existing platform. We are not going to reinvent the wheel. If there is already existing platform, we will talk to those stakeholders to connect to our CAS core platform. So the expectation for CAS core platform is to engage with various stakeholders, regardless public sector, private sector, development sectors, which has their own database. They can open up their own API for us to connect. We will have another coming workshop on the concept and also show the prototype of Cascore platform probably in December or early 2022. And then if you want to find out more, you can contact me. So that's the end of my presentation today. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. Thanks for introducing KAS to us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to know another interesting platform. It's called Feel the Deal. I mean, I like the word a lot. Feel the Deal. That is very interesting. It sounds not so much like technical, but very technical as well. Now, all right, ladies and gentlemen, Feel the Deal is a startup that helps price-cautious customer to purchase discounted, perfectly edible food from their favorite stores. Joining us online to share more about Feel the Deal is the co-founder and CEO. Let's welcome Mrs. Helen Cui.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Feel the Deal. Eat good, do good, and save good money. This sounds like a triple win situation, but what it is, let me explain to you later. Next slide, please. Now let's have a look at this picture. Why this cake being thrown away? It looks perfectly fine, nothing wrong, and good to eat. But the reason is simple, because the store is about to close, no one bought it, and become unsold. So the store has no choice but to give it to the staff or throw it away. Some food waste look perfectly just like this cake without you noticing it. Do you also know that a food plate in front of you that you eat every day takes from months to years to produce, and all the way from planting to cooking and serve it to you? But at the end, a third of it become unsold, becomes surplus near to expiry date, and goes to waste. This problem highly contribute to climate change, not to mention the effects of losing profit and resources. Next slide, please. On the other hand, while a third of food is wasted every day, some people who are on low budget but has less time to cook, they can't really afford food outside. And because of these two reasons of food being wasted every day and people can really afford good food, that's the reason we bring Feel the Deal here. Next slide, please. Feel the Deal is a marketplace that connects price and eco-conscious consumers like you to local bakeries, restaurants, and grocery stores. And this is where the triple win situation happened that I mentioned earlier, when you as the consumer got to save money by buying near expiry date surplus or unsold food, and on top of that you would feel proud of yourself that you're being a part to reduce the waste. And moreover, for the stores which could make money from the surplus that would otherwise go to waste, most importantly our planet that would be rescued by us together reducing and preventing the waste. Next slide, please. With Feel the Deal in the website for grocery stores and supermarkets, you can buy a single item, as you can see in the first picture. They have up to 70% off discount deal every day. And as for bakery stores and dessert stores, you will buy as a bundle package, which we call a yum bag, where in a yum bag you receive food depends on the availability on that day, because we're saving food. We are saving unsold food, so we don't know which food or which cuisine will be left today. So that's why we sell it on a yum bag. But you as the consumer, you will know what you will expect from the bag by the description of each store that you're interested in. Next slide, please. So how could you buy those discounted unsold food? It's very easy and simple to use. In the website, you choose and reserve from a store, and then you confirm the payment method and your location. And after that, your food will be delivered to your door at the set time from each store. If the food is all sold out, which is very good for our environment, then you would be informed. You could either move your reservation to the other day or get the refund back. Next slide, please. With Fill the Deal, we guaranteed that the food is then in high quality and delicious to eat. Because of this, in just over a month, we have partnered with 5 stores which believe in our movement. And on top of that, what we're proud of the most is that we have saved 37 kilogram of food from wasting, which equal to 60 kilogram of carbon dioxide. Next slide, please. Market opportunity wise, in 2020 in Cambodia, the food and beverage industries goes up to around $1.7 billion. And according to our surveys and interview, we've found that around 4% of perfectly edible food goes to waste every day. And we have a strong passion, strong vision to reduce this waste by 10% in 2 years, which equal to $6.8 million. Next slide, please. This is our team. I myself, Helen, Jenny, and Minghoi. We're 3 individuals who are very passionate on bringing positive impact to the community and younger generation by reducing the waste in Cambodia. Ladies and gentlemen, the action starts with you. So start reserving your first discounted unsold food today by scanning this QR code. And we're having free delivery as well for today and tomorrow, which is a very good chance for you. And for those of you who work or know anyone who does work in food and beverage industries, please let them know about this opportunity to save their food because it's free of charge with no commission. So to make sure that their food is tasted, not wasted. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Helen. I must say that that was super interesting. I didn't even go back to my seat at all during the presentation. And I definitely have to download that now. And it's perfectly prepared. I mean, I myself never really know what I want to eat in the evening. So if I have a choice, okay, this is almost expired, but it's, I don't have to think of what to eat. Plus, it's cheap, it saves the planet, bam, that's everything that ticks in the box. So thank you very much. We definitely will check that out more. Talking about name, because the app is called Feel the Deal. It's really perfectly described the service itself. And Red Sparrow, that's also a name that really touched my heart. I was like quickly think of Jennifer Lawrence because of the name itself. Red Sparrow is not the movie that I'm describing, but is the exclusive importer of XAG spray drone in Cambodia. Farmers have been using drone technology for spraying pesticides. To share more about Pests and Drones, that's the name, I don't know, a company and app. We have a group of young people here coming close to myself. Let's get them ready, mic up, and then they will be online. Okay, sorry. So Red Sparrow will be joining us online, and then we have the next presentation later. All right, so now we would like to welcome Mr. Bunnat Pa, the General Manager of Red Sparrow Cambodia.
សូមគោរពនិងជម្រាបសួរភ្ញៀវកិត្តិយសទាំងអស់គ្នាថ្ងៃនេះខ្ញុំនឹងធ្វើបទបង្ហាញអំពីដ្រូនកសិកម្មរបស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនយើងខ្ញុំជាដំបូងខ្ញុំសូមធ្វើបទបង្ហាញពីប្រវត្តិសង្ខេបខ្លះរបស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនចាប់ក្រហមយើងខ្ញុំនៅក្នុងឆ្នាំ2019ស្ថាប័នកាវៈបានស្វែងរកដំណោះស្រាយដើម្បីជួយកាត់បន្ថយគ្រោះថ្នាក់នៃការប៉ះពាល់ថ្នាំសម្លាប់សត្វល្អិតនៅពេលកំឡុងពេលដែលយើងបាញ់ថ្នាំនោះដោយមានការស្នើពីស្ថាប័នកាវៈដូច្នេះហើយខ្ញុំបានធ្វើការសិក្សាស្រាវជ្រាវដើម្បីរកផលិតផលដើម្បីយកមកធ្វើជាដំណោះស្រាយជូនប្រជាកសិករពេលដែលយើងបានធ្វើការស្រាវជ្រាវនោះយើងក៏បានជួបទៅនឹងក្រុមហ៊ុន XAG ហើយយើងក៏បានពិភាក្សាគ្នានិងបានសាកល្បងយក drone model P30 HAG model P30 ដើម្បីយកមកសាកល្បងនៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើងនៅក្នុងឆ្នាំ2020បន្ទាប់ពីការសាកល្បងយើងទទួលបានស្វែងយល់ថា drone P30 នេះមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងមានការគ្រប់គ្រងច្រើនពីអតិថិជនដូច្នេះហើយយើងក៏សម្រេចចិត្តទទួលសិទ្ធិផ្ដាច់មុខដើម្បីចែកចាយបន្ត drone Mark P30 នេះនៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជាហើយយើងក៏បានពង្រឹងសកម្មភាពទីផ្សារនិងការផ្សព្វផ្សាយរបស់យើងជាបន្តបន្ទាប់ក្រៅពីការលក់ drone នេះខាងក្រុមហ៊ុនចាប់ក្រហមរបស់យើងក៏មានគុតគង់គ្រឿងបន្លាស់ដើម្បីការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរនិងមានការសេវាកម្មថែទាំនិងជួសជុលនិងបង្ហាត់បង្រៀនដល់ប្រជាកសិករឲ្យបានចិត្តដិតផងដែរបន្តទៅទៀតនេះតកតងទៅនឹងផលិតផលរបស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនយើងគឺ Mark HAG មុនឆ្នាំ2021គឺយើងលក់តែ model P30 ទេប៉ុន្តែនៅក្នុងឆ្នាំ2022ខាងមុខនេះយើងនឹងមាន model ថ្មីគឺ P40 ដែលយើងកំពុងតែធ្វើការសាកល្បងហើយយើងទទួលបានភាពប្រសិទ្ធភាពនិងភាពជោគជ័យរបស់ model P40 នេះលើសពីការរំពឹងទុកដូច្នេះហើយយើងខ្ញុំសង្ឃឹមថា model P40 នេះនឹងបន្តបានការគ្រប់គ្រងបន្ថែមទៀតពីប្រជាកសិករខ្មែរយើងហើយដើម្បីបានជាលម្អិតនិងព័ត៌មានបន្ថែមទៅនឹងdrone របស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនយើងខ្ញុំនេះយើងមានខ្សែវីដេអូបន្ទាប់ពីនេះដែលនឹងលម្អិតពីបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហើយនឹងសារៈប្រយោជន៍របស់ drone របស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនយើងសូមអរគុណ
HAG ជាបច្ចេកវិទ្យាទំនើបសម្រាប់វិស័យកសិកម្មដែលជួយឲ្យកសិករចំណេញច្រើនតាមរយៈនៃការកាត់បន្ថយកម្លាំងពលកម្មហានិភ័យពីការប៉ះពាល់ជាមួយថ្នាំកសិកម្មចំណេញពេលវេលាហើយថែមទាំងកម្ចាត់សមាសភាពចង្រៃបំផ្លាញដំណាំមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពជាងមុន Drone HAG ត្រូវបាននាំចូលផ្ដាច់មុខដោយក្រុមហ៊ុនចាប់ក្រហមដែលជាក្រុមហ៊ុនផ្គត់ផ្គង់ Drone សម្រាប់បម្រើដល់វិស័យកសិកម្មនៅកម្ពុជាក្រុមហ៊ុនចាប់ក្រហមបានបង្កើតឡើងនៅក្នុងឆ្នាំ2019ត្រូវបានប្រជាកសិករមួយចំនួននៅតាមបណ្ដាខេត្តដូចជាបាត់ដំបង បន្ទាយមានជ័យ សៀមរាប កំពង់ធំ តាកែវ ខេត្តកណ្ដាលនិងបណ្ដាខេត្តជាច្រើនផ្សេងទៀតទទួលស្គាល់ជាក្រុមហ៊ុនដែលនាំចូលបច្ចេកវិទ្យាទំនើបបម្រើដល់វិស័យកសិកម្មដោយពួកគាត់បានជ្រើស Drone Mark HAG សម្រាប់ប្រើប្រាស់ក្នុងការងាយកសិកម្មឬបម្រើសេវាកម្មក្នុងតំបន់របស់ខ្លួនបច្ចុប្បន្ននេះ Drone Mark HAG ជាជម្រើសដ៏ល្អមួយសម្រាប់វិស័យកសិកម្មដែលជួយកាត់បន្ថយនៅកម្លាំងពលកម្មរបស់កសិករដោយមិនចាំបាច់ប្រើមនុស្សច្រើនចំណេញពេលវេលាលឿនរហ័សអាចបាញ់បានទាំងថ្ងៃនិងយប់ជួយកាត់បន្ថយថវិកាកម្ចាត់សមាសភាពចង្រៃបំផ្លាញដំណាំមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពជាងមុននិងមិនប៉ះពាល់សុខភាពដូចជាការបាញ់ថ្នាំដោយដៃពិសេសការពារសុខភាពរបស់ប្រជាកសិករលក្ខណៈពិសេសរបស់ Drone Mark HAG គឺបំពាក់ជាមួយបច្ចេកវិទ្យាទំនើបជាច្រើនដែលការហោះហើរដោយស្វ័យប្រវត្តិមានប្រព័ន្ធកិច្ចឧបសគ្គនិងមានអាវក្រោះការពារការជ្រាបទឹកកម្រិត IP67 ដោយអាចលាងសម្អាតបានយ៉ាងល្អមិនត្រឹមតែប៉ុណ្ណោះ Model P30 អាចហោះហើរនៅពេលយប់ប្រកបដោយសុវត្ថិភាពកាន់តែពិសេស Drone Mark HAG Model P30 ប្រើពេលតែ10នាទីប៉ុណ្ណោះក្នុងការបាញ់ថ្នាំក្នុង1ហិកតា វាបានភ្ជាប់ជាមួយម៉ូទ័របាញ់ប្រភេទថ្មីដែលអាចបំបែកទឹកថ្នាំឲ្យទៅជាភាពល្អិតតូចៗធ្លាក់ជាប់ទៅនឹងដំណាំដោយមិនមានហើរសាច់ទឹកថ្នាំតាមកម្លាំងខ្យល់របស់ដ្រូននោះឡើយលើសពីនេះរូបរាងខាងក្រៅរបស់ដ្រូនម៉ាក HAG ធ្វើពីកាបូនស្រាលមានភាពធន់រឹងមាំនិងស្រស់ស្អាតឈុតដែលភ្ជាប់ជាមួយដ្រូនម៉ាក HAG model P30 មួយគ្រឿងមានដង RTK មួយឈុតដែលជាឧបករណ៍ចាប់ទីតាំងនិងចាប់យក satellite ដោយស្វ័យប្រវត្តិនិងធ្វើឲ្យដ្រូនហោះហើរដោយភាពជឿជាក់បាញ់ថ្នាំបានសព្វល្អនិងគ្មានកំហុសឆ្គងទាំងពេលយប់និងពេលថ្ងៃ ACB1 ជាឧបករណ៍សម្រាប់ចាប់ព័ត៌មាន data fly ពីដ្រូនមកទូរស័ព្ទឈុតរបស់ដ្រូនម៉ាក HAG model P30 ក៏មាន smartphone សម្រាប់បញ្ជាដ្រូននិងមើលព័ត៌មានដ្រូនពេលកំពុងហោះហើរវាក៏មានថ្ម4គ្រាប់ជាប្រភេទថ្មឆ្លាតវៃបានភ្ជាប់ជាមួយប្រព័ន្ធគ្រប់គ្រង HBMS និងអាចសាកត្រាំទឹកដើម្បីបញ្ចុះកម្ដៅនិងសាកបញ្ចូលថ្មបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សដោយមិនពិបាករង់ចាំយូរត្រឹមតែ15នាទីប៉ុណ្ណោះដ្រូនម៉ាក HAG មានម៉ាស៊ីនបូមទឹកថ្នាំដែលមានមុខងារសម្រាប់បូមទឹកថ្នាំបញ្ជូនទៅក្នុងធុងទឹកថ្នាំរបស់ដ្រូនដែលមានធុងទឹកថ្នាំចំនួន16លីត្រហើយនៅលើធុងទឹកមានប្រព័ន្ធ Bluetooth និង NFC សម្រាប់ផ្ដល់ទិន្នន័យចំណុះទឹកថ្នាំនៅក្នុងធុងមិនត្រឹមតែប៉ុណ្ណោះវាក៏មានឆ្នាំងសាកថ្មលឿនលឿនមួយគ្រឿងផងដែរចំពោះរបៀបប្រើប្រាស់វិញក៏គ្មានអ្វីពិបាកដែរព្រោះកម្មវិធីបញ្ជាត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដោយភាពងាយស្រួលយល់និងងាយបញ្ជាម្យ៉ាងទៀតក្រុមហ៊ុននឹងបញ្ជូនបុគ្គលិកជំនាញទៅបង្រៀនផ្ទាល់រហូតដល់ចេះមិនត្រឹមតែប៉ុណ្ណោះខាងក្រុមហ៊ុននឹងមានក្រុមបច្ចេកទេសជំនាញដើម្បីជួយដល់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យថែទាំដ្រូនប្រកបដោយប្រសិទ្ធភាពនិងគុណភាពជាពិសេសក្រុមហ៊ុនក៏មានការផ្គត់ផ្គង់គ្រឿងបន្លាស់គ្រប់គ្រាន់ដល់អតិថិជនផងដែរHAG នាំចូលនិងចែកចាយផ្ដាច់មុខដោយក្រុមហ៊ុនចាប់ក្រហមសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានសូមតាក់ទងទៅកាន់ផ្នែកលក់របស់ចាប់ក្រហម015 920 251 077 477 844 088 555 74 31 098 557 431ឬ website www.redsparrowcambodia.com ឬ Facebook page ចាប់ក្រហម
Thank you very much and now let's come back to our studio and come back from the beautiful rice field to our studio here. Now for the last but not least presentation will be very interesting and this is I think the topic which probably benefit a lot if you are young people working in internship and looking for earn while you learn. That is a very strong headline behind this next topic. The founder saw the rise of unpaid internship in Cambodia and thus made it a golden chance to come up with a solution to help solve it. The birth of the most trusted, free and reliable platform for students to look for real-world experience and skills through paid internship started with this. To share more about CamSEED is their CEO and partner lead. Let's us all welcome both of them here. I only know one name, Sapadat How, and then you have partner here. So I want to hand over the floor to both of them right now.
Hello, my name is Hasa Parat.
My name is Liu Domnit.
And we are the co-founders of CamSEED. So to make it easy to tell you about CamSEED, let's us introduce you to two another persons. So move on to the next slide.
Slide. 1 second, please.
Yep.
There you go.
So let's introduce Chantu. This is Chantu. She comes from a low-income family, and she's a third-year student in the university, and she comes from a low-income family. She is looking for practical experience in her major, but she has no working experience. She could not afford to work for free, and she could not find support in finding reliable resources for an internship.
And this is Daran. He's the founder of a startup now looking for interns, but at the same time, the recruitment process is very complicated. And on top of that, using third-party service is not really an alternative because they are very costly and their process is very complicated.
That's why we're here, to bridge the gap between the world of work and the education system by connecting employers such as SMEs, NGOs, and startups with highly motivated students candidates who are actively looking for paid internships.
Next. Next. Another slide. And look at our business model. We provide 3 services and accordingly to any employer's need, with the average price of only $50, and the process is very easy. Moving on to the next slide. Yep, so the employer could just get started with us by visiting our website and then read all the information that is provided, fill out a simple form to tell us about their requirements and their need, and they can just move on with their day. We handle from everything from advertisement, shortlisting, and interviewings. And the intern will be ready to onboard from 3 to 3 weeks, from 1 to 3 weeks, accordingly to any packages that they choose to work with us.
Next. As for the student side, we provide them with a membership plan in which they have access to a pool of incredibly useful resources.
Oh. Yes, that's the video.
We are CamSEED. We can help you find the interns you've been looking for, no matter if you are a startup, SME, or NGO. We can help you connect with our upskilled interns to work and learn at your organization. Join us in bridging the gap between education and the world of work. Working with us, the selection process will be faster, easier, and more affordable. You simply go to our website, fill out our form, move on with your day, and we will handle it from there. Yes, it's that easy. You can focus on building your business while we are looking for your interns. This saves so much time. And the price? Extremely affordable. Now, why don't we work together to make a significant impact on the growth of your business while giving students an opportunity to get hands-on experience? CamSEED. Recruit good, do good.
As for the student side, we provide them with a membership plan in which they have access to a pool of incredibly useful resources such as paid internship opportunities, monthly training, access to a community of open-minded students, and advanced support, and that is all for free. So now let's look at the process of this membership plan. So student can just fill in the form where we learn about their interests and preferences, and then they can move on to the next step. We will give them a link, an invitation link to our Telegram group in which they will gain access to a pool of resources, as we mentioned at the moment. And lastly, we would recommend them we would make a suggestion of their host organizations and which perfectly fit them. And lastly, we would just wait for the confirmation, and the process is done. So let's watch a video regarding to the membership plan.
We are CamSEED, and we're looking for students like you. Yes, you. CamSEED can connect you with the best internship program in your career field. Wait, no. Best paid internship program. From business, IT, fashion, engineering, finance, marketing, architecture, and so much more. But how can we help you? Well, it's simple. You just go to our website, register as a member, and enjoy all the benefits. Yes, it's that simple. And the cost? Well, it's free. Now, what are you waiting for? Register to be a member and let us work together to prepare for your future career. CamSEED. Earn while you learn.
We acknowledge that we are not the only one in this market, but at the same time, we are the only one who focus purely on paid internship vertical, putting us on the forefront from price to quality to convenience. And moving on to the next slide. And in just 3.5 months of our proof of concept period, we have already helped 12 students to onboard to 8 amazing organizations.
are confident about this because we are students ourselves, so we know the problem that other students is facing and what we can do to help to provide to the host organizations. Last but not least, we are looking for strategic partners, including public, university, and private institution and host organization that are looking for interns to help CamSEED reach more students as well as employer for our journey on a bigger scale.
And that is why we will take this chance, moving on to the next slide, and tell you about a event that we are hosting at the end of this month, which is CamSEED Phnom Penh Career and Internship Fair, where we will do the event as a bridge between the students and employers, and we are looking for students who are interested in looking for internships, especially paid internship, because we want to provide opportunities equally to everyone and not just those who are able to like work for free for 3 or 6 months. So we want to provide a clear and equal opportunities to everyone. So if you're interested, let's get in touch with us, as well as from the employer side. If you're looking for interns, this is a great opportunity for us to start working together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CamSEED, for your wonderful idea and wonderful platform. This will be very helpful for students, probably high school and university students who look for opportunity to do internship, but not just any internship, paid internship. I mean, some people just cannot afford to do it for free, right? All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost coming to the conclusion for this afternoon. We still have a recap to go, just to summarize of everything that have happened for today. But for now, let's take 5-10 minute break, and I see you back soon.
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
Này cũng thấy nhé. Cô bố ngồi cái bàn tay online. Cho nên đi cầm tôi đã hơi mong tới. Tôi tạm nghe với những nhẹ tao Philippines với sữa Mastercard. Nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy cá, bao miệng xem nên lấy code OTP, cho nên chị cho sẽ. Cho Philippines với sữa Mastercard nó ai phở ban lấy cái hả? Nhưng ai tin tụi này lừa online với Facebook page nên cái cũng sang lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi. Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
Tay lên bông. Cha bông cho em tay lại chặt tí nữa bông. Chặt cái trên nhung kha lôi đã mẹ.
Trong bao cả này mấy ta mình pay mà nè. Cho nên cái Philipមានសេវាកម្មបាកាណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដែលគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិមិត្តក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបងបងសុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់នេះ scan បានដែរបានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Delightech Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Delightech Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Delightech ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
ញាលុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក
Welcome back everyone. We're now not going to recap yet, but we do have some game for you. Can I have the screen of our comment on Facebook, please? Just want to play some game with our Facebook viewer. All right. Okay, so this is what I can see from the screen, which is the people who comment. Well, that was an old game. Now let's play a new game this time. Now, our event is called CamTech Summit 2021. Why am I speaking in English? I should be speaking this in Khmer. Okay, ឥឡូវយើងសុំលេង game មួយសិនបន្តមុននឹងយើងបន្តទៅកម្មវិធីរបស់យើងព្រោះចុងក្រោយហ្នឹងយើងមានការសង្ខេបបន្តិចទៀតមុននឹងយើងបិទកម្មវិធីចាឥឡូវយើងលេង game បន្តិចកម្មវិធីយើងមានឈ្មោះថា CamTech Summit ឆ្នាំ2021អញ្ចឹង CamTech ហ្នឹងគឺមានពាក្យ CamTech អញ្ចឹងឥឡូវហ្នឹងគឺថាសម្រាប់អក្សរនីមួយៗយើងចង់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នា comment ឧទាហរណ៍ដូច C អញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំប្រាប់ឲ្យ comment អីយើង comment ហ្នឹងទៅហើយក្នុងចំណោមពាក្យនីមួយៗហ្នឹងយើងនឹងរើសអ្នកដែលគាត់ឈ្នះហ្នឹងចំនួន1រូបអញ្ចឹងពាក្យទាំងអស់មើលមាន8 6 7ហើយយើងមាន7ពាក្យដូច្នេះយើងមានអ្នកឈ្នះ7ហើយអ្នកដែលឈ្នះទាំង7ហ្នឹងគឺថាម្នាក់ៗនឹងទទួលបានការ delivery coffee ទៅដល់គេហដ្ឋានតែម្ដងចាបើថាមិនអញ្ចឹងទេគឺថា delivery បុគ្គលិករបស់យើងនឹង delivery ជូនទៅដល់បេះដូងតែម្ដងចាអូខេឥឡូវអ្នកដែលគាត់កំពុងមើលមកហាយម្នាក់មួយម៉ាត់មើលនេះគ្នាខំនិយាយសង្ងប់អីមុនឆ្លើយទៅហាយម្នាក់ម៉ាត់ទៅសួស្ដី Okay, so CamTech is spelled CamTech and then each of the capital letter I will have game for you and if you win or we will select the winner we will deliver coffee to your front door. Alright, and we'll contact you later. Hi, Susday. អរគុណច្រើនចាតោះសុំបានហាយបើអត់សុំអត់ហាយអត់មានស្រឡាញ់ពិធីករអីតិចសោះ Okay, now សម្រាប់ letter C ពួក CamTech យើងចាប់ផ្ដើមដោយអក្សរ C មុនគេសម្រាប់អក្សរ C សូមជួយវាយពាក្យអីក៏បានដែរឲ្យតែ country ប្រទេសអីក៏បានដែរសរសេរមក any country please write any country with letter C. Oh, Canada, Cambodia, of course. Keep coming. Cambodian. Okay, no, Cameroon. China, exactly. So we have China, Cambodia, Canada, Cameroon. More. Coming. Letter C. Any country with letter C. Camera. Country, not sing. Ooh, Cayman Islands. Where is that? Chile. Yes, I do know Chile. Comoros. Hey, screen is off, ah. Panya, screen is off. Oh, CamTech. Ayya, Lendina. Country, not CamTech. CamTech start with an C, but you have to put a country name. Just some that paper, ha? Okay, stop right here. So, can we choose a winner already? Can I have all the coffee myself? Okay, congratulations to Seng Solida Batay. Bali ចាមើលអត់ឃើញឆ្ងាយពេកអូខេតោះឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់អក្សរ A ចា letter A សូមសរសេរឈ្មោះសត្វ animal any animal letter A any animals Come on, we can do this. Come on. And yes, and it's count as animal category lah. It is. Am I judge? I say yes. Apple. Well, apple is not an animal. What kind of animal is that? Alligator, yes. Ooh, what is that? Armadillo. What is that? Okay, assuming that. Okay, can we already pick a winner? Which one? Okay, we give this one to Monkey Dude. Dude. Monkey Dude. Congratulations, dude. Now, okay, for letter M. Please. I haven't said fruits yet. Now, fruits. Any fruits. Letter M. Letter M, please. Letter M. Fruits, fruits. Mango, yes, that is correct. Oh, now I'm hungry. Huh? What is maracuya? Mango, mandarin, yes. Melon, yes. Okay, mangosteen, yes. Correct. Melon, correct. Hey, that was our speaker. How's a parrot? He was our speaker. Maple, yes. Okay, now, banana. What is banana? Look, it's Okay, so we'll give this to our speaker. Thank you very much for joining the game. What was his name again? House of Parrot. There's a coffee. Yay! Okay, now with letter T. Okay, C-A-M. Now letter T. For T, please write any food. Food. All right. Food. Thai food, yes. That's count. Okay, come on. Food with letter T. Taco. Oh, I love taco. Tom yum. Nice. Hey, what is taro? Otra. Sorry, I didn't know. Oh my god, tapai. TPEA, tapai. Oh my. Tiramisu. Oh, love that. Tuna. Tabasco, turkey. Tofu, yes, tofu. Alright, can we choose the winner already? Yeah, truffle. Okay, let's choose the winner, Ram. La 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 la. Give this to who? Give to me, eh? Let's give to Tom Yum one. Tom Yum is very creative. Where is Tom Yum? Huh? Dara? Okay, Mark, Nick, Vergara. Alright. Yeah, I love that Tom Yum. Alright. Now let's go to letter E. Place in Cambodia. Anywhere in Cambodia. Place in Cambodia. Huh? Epic. Let's count. Any place in Cambodia? Okay, come on. Come on, guys. We can do this. Epic, yes. Is it still open, huh? Yes, that's count. What is Phnom Penh? That doesn't count. Elevator and Eon. Well, then you basically can say elevator anywhere. Elevator and Eon and Soria. Bắt Tà Bòn. Bắt Tà Bòn. Sihanoukville no đó. Hả? Port. Money. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Em Riệp hả? No là get. What more Minh Minh. Okay, let's give this one to yeah, let's give this one to elevator at Eon. I like that. No lah, no. Okay, same person. Epic, I also like Epic. Okay, more. We don't select yet. Come on, we can do this. Mong. What is Mong? Chơi tả tha mong. Oh my god. E-visa. Why the hell you put e-visa in place? Okay. Let's choose. Actually Phnom Penh. Let's choose Eden. Somebody say Eden a lot. Which one? Cannot lah. Place in Phnom Penh. Huh? Name again, please. Scroll down. I cannot see. Okay. Sing Solida Belay. Already hả? Yeah. Pisat not yet. Okay. Now move to the other sea. Pisat I say already. Oh my god, y chân này. Up. Now what? For real à? Okay, let's give to Y Chun Lê. Oh my god. Okay, now move on. Letter C. Name a color with letter C. Color C. Color. Color with C na. Charcoal. Ooh, okay. Yeah. I cannot think of any other color. Coral. What else? This is quite tricky. Come on, help me out. Ooh, wow, that is creative. Color blue. Yeah. So I can basically say color green, color black, color blue. Cream, chocolate, seed. Well, I like the cherry blossom pink. That is very nice. Okay, so now who is the winner? Hey what happened sorry ចាសុំមកផ្លែតដាក់ screen ខ្ញុំមកវិញបាត់ screen បាត់ហើយមើលមិនឃើញហ៎ចៃយើងពិបាកដែរតាពណ៌ដែលចាប់ផ្ដើមដោយអក្សរ C យើងពិបាកគួរសមនៅសារអក្សរ H មួយទៀតណាកុំមកទៅណានៅសារអក្សរ H មួយទៀត Okay can we give this to who Okay the bell cherry blossom pink that was beautiful Okay this one is going to be easy now for the last letter H name any artist Hollywood Bollywood local doesn't matter any artist with letter H with letter H Harry Styles yes Harry Potter yes with letter H yeah Halle Berry Halle Bieber Helanger yes Ui what is that one Hammer Okay Beyond yeah Halle Bieber Berry yes Hey not Taylor Swift Taylor Swift T Highlight Winter Halle Bieber yes Harley Quinn yes Harley Quinn yes more Say cái đó Hoàng Yi Oh my god Hey Harrison Ford yes Hannah Montana yes she's grown up already lah come on keep going with letter H any artist any Cambodian artist with an H Cambodian Hey Pitu yes put that down Hey Pitu Well, okay he's an artist Hey Cambodian đó nè Hey Lisa yeah idol DJ Hana Mày sơ cun Why la Hey Lisa oppa That's okay Mày sơ cun no okay Okay Give this to Sam Nam Again hả Ý Sam Nam nó ba nè mấy cái nơi này Sorry Okay Kitty Boo Honda That's count Hả Yeah Hailey Quinn Kitty Boo yes Good job Thank you Okay thank you very much Allow me to take a quick break I've been screaming a lot After this will be the recap session See you soon
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួមរំគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Call by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញ
All right, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it has been quite a long, lively day. Now we are coming to almost the very end of today's event. So today it has been a full day, lots of information. We have some people joining us online with their presentation, some people coming here in the studio and enlightening us with a lot of good presentation of their products and platform. We also have 15 minutes of panel discussion with experts, with speakers and moderator. So it has been quite a lot during today, helping us to recap all the importances of what we have achieved today. Two very important people here with me in the studio. So I would like to hand over the floor to CAF Board Secretary General, Mr. Thomas Pogani, and AmCham President, Mr. Anthony Galliano.
Thank you, Nana. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. Thanks, Anthony, for being here with me today.
It's an honor and a privilege. Thank you very much for including an older guy like me in your tech world.
No, definitely you have your place here after. You are also veteran in Cambodia of, Cambodian expats living here a long time. Look, today, for me, it's been already, this one is third day of actually quite eventful, fruitful event. We have 2 more days to go after today. And every day we cover incredible amount of topics. Today, for example, we went through ESG, health, trade, agriculture, and of course we always pointed towards digitalization, fintech, finance, how it all blends together and how it's evolving in this industry 4.0. So if you allow me, let me highlight few topics and discussions from today, and I would want you to help me kind of bring the wider perspective both from Cambodian side as well as international side of what's happening in the same areas. So let's start with our ESG speech this morning, environment, sustainability, governance topic brought by Carrie Adams-Strump from Prudential. And she was highlighting, for example, that Prudential is managing $250 billion of funds at the moment. And by year 2050, their aim is to have those funds fully carbon neutral. During that topic, of course, because it wasn't just about them, but overall green investments. We highlighted such facts that green bonds are, for example, one of the good, potentially very potential and viable future ways of investments. However, where we struggle, and we discuss this every day on Monday and Tuesday, is lack of data. Lack of data transparency, lack of data access, and we brought up topics such as blockchain perhaps can help long term in these initiatives. Also, what she mentioned and was relatively interesting was that China committed, China currently contributes 30% of world carbon emission productions. And by 2030, they committed to be carbon neutral. So all eyes on there. Anthony, from your perspective, these sustainable green investments, as the president of AmCham, what else do we have happening? What else is going on in this sector?
If I could, I just comment perhaps my feelings about the importance of dealing with climate change, which capitalism, I think, has created climate change, and capitalism has to deal with climate change. I think capitalism has to be the solution of climate change because capitalism has become the reason why there is climate change. And it has to start with the corporate world. I think there's been a lot of talk about it, and that's been unfortunate. This is really the survival of the human race. It's that important, and it may not be in.
Are we being dramatic, or is it really down to survival of the human race?
I believe it's down to survival of the human race, and I think it has to be. I'm not Greta, but But I think there's a lot of dramaticism around it, and that I think really scares people more than actually encourages people to. It has to be government led. It has to be led by the corporate world. How digitalization facilitates that will be really important going forward. Carbon credits have been around a long time. There's no doubt about it. It's been around decades, and they really haven't helped to reduce emissions, to be honest. So drastic action is needed, and it really has to come from governments. It has to come from people like me and you as well. Every day, we have to do the little things: plastic reduction, reduce our consumption a bit. Electric, I think things like Telsa, has been wonderful. Talking about technological innovation, Telsa is a great example of electrifying cars. China's directionally moving towards that. But it really comes down to fossil fuels, and we have to reduce fossil fuels. How digitalization can help that? You all have helped every part of the economic chain. So I'm pretty optimistic that digitalization will help in this capacity as well. Just a matter how you practically do that has to be continued thought.
Okay, wonderful. Actually, you mentioned an interesting point. You said it needs to be government-led, of course, government push, but it's down to us, consumer behavior. We had tons of talk about this yesterday when it comes to data as well and data protection. Always people will play a key role in it. But then you mentioned corporate side, right? Tesla, other companies, that they essentially, especially those multinational conglomerates, and how they're pushing the change in the industry. I was planning to add this one actually more towards the end, but it was our second topic of today's summit. And we had Monica Chom, Visa representative from Cambodia, and she was talking about great initiatives that Visa as a corporation has towards startups. So not just towards the payment side they do, and hence financial inclusion, but also towards the accelerator efforts, their works with family startups, and all the initiatives to support the industry. During the day, we had also a lot of startups coming here today, startup that's focusing on HR. So it's not just, as we discussed, fintech side, it's very diverse. We had startups that are coming here from agriculture perspective. We had other startups when it comes to waste of food waste management, and so on and so far. From, again, as an AmCham representative, as well as you've been in under company of Cambodia Investment Management here for more than decades now?
13 years.
Oh, 13 years. You've seen probably tons of investment efforts, tons of initiatives that coming to Cambodia and can help long term. We've been always discussing, and this is hard topic, right? We've been always discussing, is Cambodia focused on China? Is Cambodia focusing on states? I think that every party is playing their role in there, right? What do we see now when it comes to USA, US companies, and their support in Cambodia through AmCham efforts as well? What do we have on the scene?
I'd like to talk a little bit about US companies here, and there is a lot of discussion in Cambodia about Chinese investment. That China is 50–60% of foreign direct investment in the country and the largest presence. America has what I would say is an intangible presence here. Intangible presence meaning we have what I call everyday use products that touch Cambodians in different facets every day. And I mentioned things like Facebook, which is hugely popular here.
Yes.
So Facebook may not actually have an office here that says Facebook, like some of the Chinese companies do, but we know that Cambodians are spending most of their day, free time, on Facebook. And so Facebook has a dramatic, huge presence and influence here in Cambodia. We use Google. We have Google Ads, which influence us. We use Google for search. Android being very popular on our phones, which also is following what we're doing and is influencing us as well. But Google doesn't have an office here. Microsoft, we use Outlook, we use various Microsoft products. With Facebook also we have WhatsApp. So we have Netflix, we have Amazon, we have Apple. They may not have offices, they may not have signs here, but they have
Intangible.
massive presence
I like
here.
that word. Yeah.
Yes. So that's first. I think it's underestimated how much the U.S. is present here, not maybe invested, but present. Here. From an AmCham perspective, we're always encouraging more U.S. business here. Our membership is reaching out to companies they may not be here yet. I think Boeing has just joined us, for instance. Boeing has become a member. They don't have an office here, but they want to be part of the market here as the travel market grows here. So that will be quite important.
This one could be a big partnership.
Yes.
For Cambodia overall. That's
Right.
Congratulations.
So we like that people to think about American companies differently, and it's very much along with the lines of what's happening here in this summit. It's all digitalization presence rather than physical presence, and now we'd hope to change that and see more banking presence, more insurance presence, but that will come. So the bricks and mortars are not here, but the companies are here, and they're right up your line of digitalization.
Exactly. Thanks, Anthony. It was a great summary. Speaking of digitalization, we also had segment today on health, also brought by Prudential, by Ms. Susan Fanning, Chief Health and Wellbeing Officer at Prudential Time. But why I'm mentioning it here, because before this session, before we went live, we were discussing gender equality and female-male issues and challenges, and essentially it was very hard to catch all the amazing points today, but during her speech there was some points towards only 5% of health budget is being invested towards specifically women health issues. And look, it's two guys here discussing
Cosmetically, that doesn't look good, right?
women presence in Cambodian companies. But overall, when you look at it, there are more males globally than females. But in Cambodia specifically, there is 7.9 million women and 7.6 million men. So we have more women. And yet, most of the companies, digitalization, tech, UX designs, everything is being driven still predominantly by male-led corporations. Health efforts also being driven towards kind of neutral market, right? Never female or males. So it would be interesting to see when we finally start seeing that shift, right? Question would be for me always, are we lacking that female focused, dedicated focus apps, or are we lacking even more balanced one? You know, is it everything towards the guys, or do we have are we in gender neutral world already, or are we still lacking on both sides of that spectrum? And if we are lacking, what are we doing to change it?
Well, first, as two males, let us say with the deepest respect for women, we all had mothers, and that's where we came from. So,
yes.
of course, I think we all recognize the importance of womanhood. I think, look, jokes aside, it's different stages, and there's different variables that you're dealing with. You're dealing with cultural issues first. So I think sometimes issues that we make in the Western world that we try to say, or whether even political, social, that we try to say this is the way the world should be, because we think it's the world should be. Obviously, gender equality is essential and very important, but there's steps of getting there. And I think culturally in Cambodia, we're dealing with a culture that's been primarily a male culture, but it's changing. It's changing pretty rapidly. If you look at women in government and women in business, that's increasing significantly.
Mm-hmm.
Some key posts have been filled by women in government, and some key posts have been obviously filled in business world. We, as an American Chamber of Commerce, and also the United States Embassy, the United States Embassy and AmCham signed a joint working plan together with Ambassador Murphy, and one of the agenda items was gender equality. So both of us are striving to work there. We have a women's committee, which is led by a woman board member. We're also very conscious that our board needs to be diversified. So we encourage women to run for the board. And there's some really great women on the board, like Kim M. We have as well, Rena Ng, they're fantastic board members. So we have to lead by example. Very important to lead by example. So we get our women board members engaged in all our activities that we can, and that they're able to do so. We're changing the cosmetics of the board to hopefully, I don't personally believe in quotas. I think those things create issues.
Sure.
But encouraging and highlighting the importance of having the diversity is important. And that women's committee is actually probably would be more successful than a male committee. And I'll tell you why. It's because women share their issues as mothers, share their issues as business women that they face in the workplace, share social issues that they're having here. So it's not only a committee to empower women, but to help women share their experiences of what's their challenges and what makes them successful. So it's a start, but it's also puts us on the map to say we do have a specific advocacy committee for women, and we really believe in women equality, and the American Chamber of Commerce promotes it, as does the United States Embassy. And we promote it as we can within the boundaries and framework of what we're permitted to do in the country.
Wonderful, great. Look, you mentioned, I think you didn't say it in those words, but I used those words because Boran Kea, CEO of AMK and chairman of Microfinance Association, mentioned it during his panel. We need to take baby steps. He mentioned it into different context, but essentially towards the gender equalization as well, right? We need to take baby steps in order to reach there.
I think I would just like to emphasize it's also it's culture as well. You have to progressively advance the culture. And I use the word advance because we're not looking to change. I think it's advancing the culture where we're giving equality to women, not changing the culture. And also it has to be by example. I think American companies, their practices that we use in the United States are being transformed here. So we have certain practices of respect in the workplace, sexual harassment, these types of really important things to protect women and also to accelerate women in positions. Those companies are practicing the same practices they have in the United States, they're practicing here. So that's leading by example.
Yeah. Just a side note, for example, CAFT, we have our executive director is woman as well. So I think that more and more, even tech and fintech organizations and associations heading towards that gender equalization. Why I was mentioning the baby steps element is also towards digitalization. It came into discussion with digitalization of agriculture, for example, right, and the trade overall. And it came to the point of almost everybody was talking and agreeing on that panel. There was joined by AgriB CEO Mr. Pak, Boran, as I mentioned, CEO of AMK, Tira Tong was there, so finally some lady, Salt Farmer Association and Young Entrepreneurs Association, I think, as well represented there. Everybody was saying digitalization is great and it will happen. It's leading to better competitiveness, better commercialization, because farmers are able to reach out, and not being just within their community, but reach out to wider Cambodian as well as international community. But if we just give them applications now, without teaching them towards this, without providing digital literacy and access, it will not lead anywhere. So similar to the gender equality, taking baby steps, we need to take baby steps also on the digitalization. It won't happen overnight. And then it comes to social responsibility and consumer behavior, leading by examples. How we, as a, let's say, more developed cities and more developed part of the country, help those rural areas and provinces in digitalization of the agriculture, digitalization of trade, and finance in those verticals. Anthony, do you have any from being American, if I can? You are U.S. citizen, right? Now we are more Cambodian probably than American, but seeing those in both segments in states, and U.S. actually is having a couple of states. They are really farmers and agriculture-based states, right? Do we have any plans or anything how we support this agriculture on the international segment? How bring the international expertise to Cambodia and elevate it, transform it?
I think it's fair to say that we're living in a rural community, country, where 78% of the population is involved in outside cities. We haven't had that migration into the cities, so it's still very much agricultural country.
What was the percentage?
75 to 78%. Okay. So it's huge. It's absolutely huge. You still have most of the population sustaining themselves out
in rural areas.
In rural areas, yeah. That's gone down slightly. It was much higher 5 or 6 years ago. It's down about 5 percentage points, but still 75% of the population involved in farming or agriculture outside or related to is very high. Farmers don't get a fair shake here normally, so it's a lot of brokers that are part of the distribution system. A lot of the agriculture here gets exported, and we're still using ourselves, even though we have a high percentage of people in farming, we're still actually importing a lot of vegetables and foods and fishes, from other countries. So it's a little complex problem. I think the government recognizes it as well. And it really is getting rid of the intermediaries and setting up the infrastructure and the ability to refine, for instance, even just refining rice, for instance, and not having rice mills, and just being able to have the product reach the distribution points to market here would be great. Digitalization is the direction. And I actually don't underestimate how digitalization can be used here. If we kind of look at, go out to the provinces, you'll see everybody has a smartphone and is using it to watch videos or entertain themselves, so they're quite proficient in using phones.
I think that I don't know who was it on the panel, mentioned that 60% of farmers are less than 45 years of age. Hence, relatively easier way to the adoption towards the technology, I assume.
And I think part of it is we have to get to 5G. That's going to help eventually, so hopefully.
The lack of infrastructure is still there, right?
Lack of infrastructure is still there. And digitalization will help the chain of getting from harvest to distribution points to milling or whatever is necessary. You see it a lot in India, by the way. India has a very similar issue. Where you have farmers in India, again, having these intermediaries or brokers taking a lot of the cut of the profits, and a lot of startups. India copies a lot of what the U.S. does. There's no doubt about it. If you're in the corporate finance business, you realize that a lot of stuff that went on in Silicon Valley is just replicated in India, and they're very good at it. And I've seen a lot of investment requests from India on actually the agriculture area of just having farmers be able to not only for trading but for transportation. Because transportation also is a big issue.
Logistic infrastructure is absolutely.
So it's very important. Very important. I think for the future of these 75% of the people, to actually make a living and to actually reap the gains of what they're actually doing, rather than having other intermediaries and brokers do it as well.
Definitely. I think it comes down also probably almost towards the concluding thought is towards why is that issue there, right? Because many people saying it's because of transparency and literacy as well. Farmers don't have access to the data. They don't know if they're selling it on price, under price, overprice. They have no ways how to check it, right? And lately, because National Bank, Project Blockchain, right? Tons of other international projects blockchain based. In Cambodia, we have BlocRice. It's initiatives by Oxfam, international of more than 20, I think, charitable organizations, right, towards fighting poverty around the globe. Blockchain-based application that aims to bring the transparency into pricing, into the process of the how products are being produced, how they're being made into final produce, how they're being exported, what are the pricing, how to improve the farming and agriculture by use of new technologies, how to link with other commercial entities, right? I think that if blockchain is always associated to the financial side, right? If blockchain is really going to help with something, and we will see it very tangibly, it is exactly in industries like agriculture, where people would automatically assume, it doesn't need anything, but it comes down to data. It needs transparency, it needs accessibility, and perhaps this is the one of the use, how technology can help wider population, not just bankers.
There's a lot of positive things digitalization can do to cut out the middlemen, and I think that's what digitalization can bring here. We have an old way of doing business. These farmers are used to going to a certain buying points. Those buying points make a good deal on the margin. Those buying points then further distribute. If digitalization gets past that, and there is markets that digitalization can facilitate and logistics that digitalization can facilitate, then it will enrich those farmers' lives, for sure. So we're depending upon you and everybody that's in the fintech world to really get, it really comes out cutting it the old way of doing things and creating a new way, creating new markets for them.
I think overall fintech is ready. You know, it's just about one thing that we don't do well yet is that we still are stuck with fintech as a payment. But you know, we and population and public needs to realize fintech is essentially really tapping everywhere. So as long as we embrace that, you know, and start helping all, that's why we did this CamTech Summit, right? Is to showcase fintech is not just in the banking, it's just not just in microfinance, but we tapping into every other elements of economic chain.
And I think logistics is a very important area for digitalization, just as much as payments. Is assisting in the logistics of from source to market to end consumer is very important.
Agreed.
So, yes.
Anthony, thank you for being here. Any final concluding thought of today? Feel free.
The time went very fast, so thank you. I would just like to congratulate you on a fantastic summit here. We learned a lot. You had fantastic speakers. Cambodia is on the map as part of a bigger festival.
That's one of the aims, yeah.
Yeah, and I want to thank you, and I want to thank everybody involved for, again, fantastic work and great job.
It's all thanks to DJ Nana, and DJ Nana, thank you for having us again, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you both gentlemen for the wrap up. It was actually not just a wrap up, it's almost like you know, independent session itself. I like the last comment though. It's not just money app. It's more than that. I mean, that was the expression I get too when I first asked to host like fintechs. Okay. But then when you're actually here, there's a lot more to talk about.
By Friday, we will convince everybody fintech is more than just payments.
That is true. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes for today's event. Thank you very much for joining us in the morning. And again, this is only the third day. We still have 2 more days to come, so please come back also tomorrow. Now, during today's session, we already have learned a lot, and the 2 gentlemen have just kindly recap and also give some key away already. So last but not least, I would like to acknowledge the organizer of the events. Thank you very much, our main partner, Prudential, and organized by National Bank of Cambodia, Cambodian Association of Fintech and Technology, the Association of Banks in Cambodia, Cambodia Microfinance Association. Microfinance serve people always. Thanks to our silver sponsor, Khmer Enterprise, Inspire, Connect, Transform. AMK Finance at your doorstep. Philip Bank, a member of Philip Capital Group Singapore. Prince Bank, we try harder for you, and Visa, everywhere you want to be. Thank you very much also to our bronze sponsor, Asilida Bank, the bank you can trust, the bank for the people. Credit Bureau Cambodia, CBC, e-money, easy and safe. Jet Trust Royal Bank, simply better service. PPC Bank, easy banking. And True Money, a leading fintech company in Southeast Asia. Also Wing, the bank for every Cambodian. Also, we would like to acknowledge our media partner for this event, Cambodia Investment Review, Fresh News, Khmer Time, Your Opinion Matters, PR Newswire, we tell your story to the world, and Sabai, happiness live here. Finally, thanks to our content partner, Bakong, the next generation mobile payment and banking, DQD, we deliver, we distinguish, we drive ahead, we are the Diversitas, iPay88, and WSource. That's it for today. We have just concluded 3 days of an amazing event. Hopefully see you tomorrow as well. We start at 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Thank you very much, and please have a good evening. Goodbye. ។